Wah 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 wah. Am I hearing the cries of a baby? This deep in the mountains? A rat must have snuck in. If they're here to rob my house, they're pretty unlucky. They ended up at a hunter's hut of all places. Seeing as how they dodged all the traps and hid their presence, they're not your average thief. But you can't trick my ears. I'm going to finish you off in a flash. There's no one here. Ever since I was told we couldn't have a child, I've been hearing phantom sounds. Huh? Vincent looked at the bundle laying on the straw bed. What's this? Holding the baby in the trembling hands, he gently pressed his ear to the baby's little chest. Oh, his heart was beating much faster than an adult's. Something wrong, Vincent? Why the commotion? His wife ran outside after hearing him shouting. Alina, did I wake you? Then she said, why do you have a baby? Vincent hesitated, said that well. The thing is, I think it's our baby. That was when something magical happened. When he opened his eyes and waved his hand, a sudden wind blew in, gathering the clouds. Soon after, rain started pouring from those clouds. The dry land became lush, and the villagers sang songs of happiness. He also protected the village from dangers that threatened it. And with his mystical powers, peace came to the village. And people were no longer thirsty or hungry. But he didn't stop researching for the people of the village. The people considered his abilities to be magical, and so they called him Mage. Are you reading, Sharon? Vincent asked. The 12-year-old boy said with a big smile, Dad. Whenever he saw his pretty son, Vincent could not hide his happiness. You're so adorable. I finished chopping wood, so let's go home and eat. Dad, I have a question. How does someone use magic? Vincent surprised. What? Magic? There's not much to magic. Is that the kind of book I got him? If you can take down a bear with a single arrow, or if you can fell trees with a single axe swing, that's magic, ain't it? Oh, it's Mr. Vincent, and Sharon with him. He never stops reading books, even when we ask him to play. What's up with that big book? I wonder if he can actually read. He's so scrawny. He looks nothing like Mr. Vincent. My mom said that they picked him up from somewhere. Maybe he was abandoned because he's so weird. He is angry. How dare they say that about my son? If you can fell a tree with a single axe swing, that's magic, right? Sharon said. Sharon, yes. Since you helped me with work today. Tomorrow, let's go to the city together. I'll buy you your favorite fruits. Wow. Really? I can't wait. I'm so sorry for lacking as a father. He thought. But no matter what anyone says, you're my son. City in the countryside of Thormia Kingdom. Wow. So this is a city. Sharon, you have to wait at the store of Martin's grandpa until I'm done with business. Just to remind you, you can't go into a shady alleyway or run into nobles. Got it? I know. Don't worry. My goodness, you really do know how to write. Thanks, kid. You didn't have to do anything. It's okay. I want to help. What a smart child, especially for his age. Yet our Lil Martin is the town troublemaker. Grand Pan. Huh? Do you know magic? Huh? How's the traffic? No. Magic. How does someone use magic? You mean magic? I don't really know much about magic. But that place over there has lots of books talking about it. A bookstore? Do you want to go check it out? Make sure you come back once you're done browsing. Really? Can I? I'll be right back then. Oh. I used to read fairy tales just like this one when I was kid too. How nostalgic. Let's see. What's this? Wait. Earlier, did he ask how to use magic? No. What do you think you're grabbing with your grimy hands? I can't take a peek at the books. These expensive books aren't meant for peasants. They're not the same as the life books they sell at a general store. I can't have you dirty a book and make it seem used. It's also so expensive. I wonder where Dad buys my books from. Are all the books I ordered here? Oh, my head butler, you're here. Of course they've arrived. How should I ring you up for them? This book is the same. There's not much in it. To think reading books would be so difficult. And I wash my hands earlier. Huh? Books. Is he a noble? I wonder where he's taking them. He was surprised with what happened. So this is where Dad was getting my books from. Two girls came out with a book in their arms, and Sharon hurriedly stepped aside. They are nobles. I wonder what the difference is between them and me. Don't run into nobles. Why is it okay for them? But not me? Hey, kid. It was the security guard guarding the gate that shouted. This isn't a place where kids like you should be roaming around alone. Beyond this door is an area only nobles can access. Where are you from? Where are you parents? Sharon is confused. Huh? He's close by. Hey, wait. Another security guard said. Isn't he kind of suspicious? He doesn't look like a kid that lives in these parts. He's probably an orphan. He might even be an errand boy for bandits. I'll need you to come with me, kid. Huh? Where did he go? You idiot. Go find him. You let a kid give you the slip? You're an embarrassment. Phew. Are they gone? I bet Dad's gonna scold me. Now then, what is magic? That will be the topic of discussion. Sharon suddenly heard a voice. No, headmaster. Let us see you shoot fire instead. Just then, an old man's voice was heard over the wall. You can get in trouble if you start a fire inside the school, however. If you get my question right, I'll show you some magic. What do you think is the most important talent when it comes to learning magic? Knowledge. Hard work. After all, you have to study magic your entire life. Money. I heard there's a lot you need to buy. Ha 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 ha, no one said the right answer yet. It's not knowledge, hard work, or money? Does one have to be a noble or something? The most important talent when it comes to learning magic is incite. What's incite? The headmaster explained. Is there anyone here that doesn't know what 1 + 1 is? WHO wouldn't know that? It's obviously 2. Then can someone explain to me why it's 2? That strange feeling you have right now is what's known as incite. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 + 1 = 2. A lot of academics worked hard to prove it. But despite not having any concrete evidence or proof, we're able to understand that 1 + 1 = 2. Right? That's because it's a law that's always existed in the world. That's why we don't need to learn it, for we are able to feel and accept the concept. Because magic is also a law that existed in the world from the start, we are able to feel and accept it whole through insight. That's why insight is more accurate than knowledge and faster than hard work. Whoa, would that make someone a genius? Ha ha ha, yes, it would. And if you hone your talent, you can also become that kind of mage. Become a mage. Will such an opportunity ever present itself to me? That's right, child standing behind the wall. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Shirone jumped back in surprise. Should I run? Or should I answer? I'm a mess right now. WHO knows what they'll do to me. That's when a thought came to Sharon's mind. If I don't climb this wall right now, I'll regret it forever. As Shirone climbed the wall, he saw a white-haired, elderly man. WHO would look quite common on the street. Did you come to keep this old man company? He is headmaster of the ALPHEAS Magic Academy. Murhi Alpeas Grade 4 Certified Mage. Having gained confidence from his kindness. REAPERSCANS. Finite Age Art. Theme is Adaptation. Karaz, REDICE Studio. Original work. Kim Chiwuko. Production. RANUSVODOCOREDICE Studio. Sharon shyly steps forward. One child frowned. Headmaster. He's not a noble. I think he's a commoner. Huh? Really? Commoners aren't allowed here. Hey, get out of here. Alpeas looked puzzled for a moment, as if he was expecting someone who was of noble status, but soon spoke warmly. It's all right, come this way. So, what part of this old man's words drew your heart? Sharon hesitated. He wanted to get closer to Alpeas, but the eyes of the children were preventing him from doing so. I want to see magic. Ho ho, have you never seen magic? I've read about it in books, but I've never seen it in person. A child pointed his finger at Sharon. Liar, what kind of commoner can read? It doesn't matter which one you do. Please show me. Sharon realized his situation, so he lowered his head. Then Alpeas waved his hand and laughed. Ha ha, it's not difficult at all. I'll show you a spell that can create wind. Woo-ah, it's wind, wind. While the children clapped their hands in awe, Sharon clenched his fist in tension. In that instant, when Alpeas raised his hand, Sharon's eyes opened wide in shock. Whoa! The weight of his body disappeared and flew up to a height of more than 20 meters. Wah! There was none of the impact Sharon was expecting. Feeling strange, Sharon opened his eyes slowly and saw that his body was floating a little above the ground. When the children burst into laughter at the sight of Sharon, Alpeas also laughed mischievously. That is magic. Sharon, once he came to his senses, spoke. What is magic? Well, let's see. Magic is, to give an example. It doesn't matter if I don't understand. Please tell me the truth. The children's expressions hardened. Even though they were young, they knew what position Alpeas had in the magical world. Therefore, even the children of the prominent noble families laid low and acted like obedient children in front of him. Did you just hear that? Being so rude to the headmaster. Not even the teachers talked to him like that. Alpeas, who was deep in thought, looked at Sharon with a different look from before. He was tense, as if his life was on the line. Ha ha, listen comfortably, it's not a difficult thing to understand. But if you would like, I can raise the difficulty a bit. Magic is something that deviates from common sense. In other words, it's the mental process of exploring the truth of a phenomenon. Sharon was engrossed in thought. Then he said, an irrational reality, but maybe because of that, it's actually closer to the truth? Alpeas blinked. Is that written in the books as well? No, I saw similarities between the books. Many great people's ideas were considered irrational and were shunned, but in the end, they were accepted as new information, new truths. Then maybe the truth is actually hidden inside irrationality, that's what I thought. Sharon asked another question. How can I learn magic? Does it require special powers? A brilliant child. Alpeas' serious expression prevented the children from intervening. And he thought, it's unfortunate, but he's a commoner. He won't be able to get a formal education. If I were to encourage him further, he would only be more dejected later on. Alpeas looked back at the students, with the intention of cutting off the flow of the conversation before it went any deeper. Rather than explain it, it'll be better if I show you. Schumann, enter the spirit zone. Yes, headmaster. I have entered the zone. Then let's get started. Alpeas, who took out a coin, shook it in his hand. Suddenly, he clenched his hand and held it out. All right, then can you guess how many coins I'm holding here? There are 6. When he opened his hand, there were exactly 6 silver coins. Alpeas said, when a magician focuses, their mind will become sensitive enough to sense everything in their surroundings. Outstanding magicians are said to be able to count the number of leaves on a tree from a distance. This is the mental condition of extreme sensitivity, the spirit zone. Alpeas repeated it for a second time as Sharon watched with a surprised look. 3. Once again, that was the correct answer. A magician who enters the zone becomes aware of the outside world in a supernatural capacity, and is able to dominate reality in the end. Sharon could vaguely feel and understand it. She wasn't counting the number of coins. She was sensing the totality of the primitive data that existed long before that. To sense the entire state of affairs in front of you. It was not an empty assertion to say that a master of the spirit zone could guess the number of leaves from far away. Then a question naturally followed. Can I as well? No, perhaps I can't? Alpeas replied. Anyone can do it. Try practicing in a quiet place. Firstly, you'll need to sense yourself. Then you'll erase yourself. When you do so, an entire new world different from the one you know will open to you. Do you understand? Sharon understood that. If I can't sense myself, then it'll also be impossible to erase myself. Alpeas couldn't help but admire him again. That was not an insight that a 12-year-old could easily put forward. Will you try it? Right here. There was no reason to refuse, so Sharon nodded without hesitation and closed his eyes. Recall back to the thunderstrike incident. Except when he started to focus, it was on another level from back when he was trying to find the vital spot hidden in the grooves. How much do we know about ourselves? Who am I? Sharon realized for the first time how difficult it was to clearly define himself. I was mistaken. There is just too much of me to delineate, and none of it is accurate. Me. What actually am I? At that moment, Sharon felt a very simple truth springing up like a fish. An extremely sensitive state of mind. Althea's previous claim was frighteningly accurate. Brain. It's not an organ of the body. I don't know the world beyond the brain. The concept of the brain. The truth was that all the senses and realities he accepted were actually arbitrary. There's no need to define it. Just feel it. It's not that my existence gets sensitive. Only a keen mind would remain. Instead of trying to define it, Sharon erased everything he thought was himself. Because if you erase it like that, eventually there would be nothing left. And finally, even Sharon's thoughts disappeared. At one point, Sharon's eyes opened wide. The scene in front of him was peaceful. The children were yawning in boredom. Alpeas said, "What did you feel?" "Sounds. I heard everything." "Is that so?" Alpeas nodded as if he was expecting that result. "So he can't do it, as expected." It seemed like his senses had become extra sensitive, but the things that happen in the spirit zone were different. First, you experienced synesthesia. From sound, you could smell. From light, you could taste. And from the shape of the landscape, you could feel it touch your skin. Well done. If you keep practicing in the future, you'll be able to hear many more sounds. Alright, then the special lesson ends here. Let's return to school. It's regretful. He's a talented child. If that child was born a noble and was trained from a young age, then wouldn't he have been able to achieve something similar to these children? When Alpeas walked away with the children, Sharon jumped over the wall without delay. Worked. It really. Taj, I heard a massive sound. Is this really what a spirit zone is? It felt like I was torn to pieces and scattered throughout the world. Sharon, who was immensely moved, closed his eyes and dashed off. I couldn't help but shudder at the endless immenseness. It was just for an instant, but I escaped, my body, and I became infinite. Shrine, who wasn't paying attention to his surroundings, suddenly felt something impact his face. When he fell on his back, he looked around and saw a sickening scene in an alley. I'm sorry, what the hell are you? A group of tramps were staring at Sharon, eyeing him like how a predator would eye prey. You're pissing me off. The guy pushed by Sharon grabbed him by the collar. Are you out of your mind? If you hit someone, isn't it natural to pay compensation for it? I'm sorry. You think sorry's going to be enough? You're part of the wolf gang, aren't you? Kiki, are you here to kill me? While engrossed in their thoughts, a woman's voice was heard outside the alley. What are you guys doing? Did something interesting happen? The men all turned at the same time. Miss Amy. Miss? What brings you here? Are you bored again? He talked in a light tone, but the hands of the man approaching Amy were modestly clamped together. Sharon looked at Amy as if he had met his savior. A noble. She's young. This bastard was trying to kill someone, yeah? I was just trying to teach him a lesson. That's not what happened. I just ran into him by accident. Burly man raised his foot to kick Sherwon's stomach. Stop your bullshit. You think we'd trust you? You're going to have to compensate us, you bastard. Where's your mother? Bring your mother who's hiding after giving birth to a degenerate bastard like you. Sharon was shocked. Don't they have parents as well? How could they curse the parents of other people like that? Huh? Look at this kid. Your eyes changed. Are you mad or something? Tramps who noticed the anger in Sharon rushed in and started beating him down. This fucking arrogant prick. Why don't you do it again, huh? Stop it. You'll hurt him too much. As soon as the tramps backed away, she jumped down from the wooden box and approached Sharon. Are you okay? I didn't do anything. Hick. Yeah, why don't we stop this now? Don't you have anything more fun? Well, we were going to beat him up and sell him to the village in the south. He's a commoner too, so there's nothing to worry about after that. What? Mom? Dad? Sharon, who thought he was going to be let go, was surprised. A slave shouldn't have any flaws, right? Well, why don't we confirm that, then? BWAHA ahaha. Are you going to give him a checkup? Oi, she's telling you to take it off. Do you want to get hit again? Take it off? What are they trying to take off? I just wanted to see his face, that's all. Also, why is he like that? I was going to let him go after bullying him a bit. At some point, Amy began to feel a little uneasy at the unresponsive sight of Sharon. He's not losing his mind, is he? However, Sharon didn't go mad. Rather, he was focused on the changes in his brain more than ever before. He entered the spirit zone as his strained mentality became extremely sensitive to the violence he experienced for the first time. It was definitely different from the first time he experienced it. This second time he experienced it, he was level-headed enough to understand the information flooding his mind. He could almost hear eyes blinking. With the boundary between himself and the outside world torn down, Sharon sent his consciousness along the instinctive path. The place his consciousness ended up in was at the memory of Alpea's teaching magic at the Magic Academy. His insight began to collect superficial information about Alpheus's emotions, senses, mind, actions, demeanor, and attitude. The information was combined in a limitless pattern that went on forever. And eventually, the essential information was brought into Sharon's consciousness. This fucking bastard. Are you deaf? Does it sound like I'm joking to you? As the tramp grabbed him by the collar and shook him, Sharon almost got thrown out of the zone. The spirit zone, which required high concentration to enter and maintain, was vulnerable to outside influence. The danger was comparable to someone shaking the tightrope you were walking on. Amy shouted as she detected the change in Sharon's eyes. Wait. Stop. However, it was already too late. Sharon's will strongly distorted nature. Boom. As the ferocity of the winds rose, all the physical things in the alley came to mind. The wooden crates, the pebbles on the street, the thugs, and Amy, were no exception. The scream brought Sharon to his senses. A desolated empty alleyway appeared before him as things began to drop from the sky. The tramps who fell on their limbs, hoping to use them to survive the fall, experienced firsthand the pain of fractured limbs. RGH. Arg my legis save me. Amy, who came down while holding her fluttering skirt, turned to Sharon with dumbfounded eyes. Where did you learn magic? How is a commoner? Amy stopped talking. The guards came running to the site after hearing the screams in the alley. Over there was a large noise. Tisk. She stepped on the building, leaping and zigzagging up the walls. Sharon, who had been staring blankly at those impressive, inhumane movements, quickly snapped back to reality. How did she move like that? Someone's knocked down over here. Sharon realized on that day in the city. That the world was cruel to the weak. There's no way they would listen to what I have to say. Sharon turned away and frantically ran towards the only person who he could trust. First-class noble house of Carmes. Damn it, I can't believe they were beaten by that kid. You came back early today? D family head Carmes Shakora. Did you skip class again today, Amy? I learned everything there was to learn already. It's not fun either. I wonder when she'll mature. Even if you're a genius, if you're careless like that, you're going to get blindsided someday. Amy suddenly stopped. Thanks to her dad's nagging, she remembered the morning incident from before. She swore to herself that she would never lose against someone from that social class. Huh? She's quiet today? Dad. Magic. Amy spoke. If you know someone who works in a magic academy, could you introduce me to them? Sharon. Sharon, where are you? Sharon went to the logging area. To get some wood, he said. What? It's still snowing, and he went to chop wood? I'll go look for him. During the spring, when I brought Sharon to the city for the first time, I almost lost Sharon. The kid simply said that he got lost, but what really happened? Sharon thought back to the incredible experiences that day brought forth. The magic that was triggered that day. I haven't been able to use it since then. The magic that I successfully casted unconsciously. Due to incite, I didn't know about the middle part that's been omitted. Because I have no knowledge of magic. But I'm able to enter the spirit zone. If I'm in the spirit zone, I can feel everything. Touch, shape, smell. I can feel every bit of this tree all at once. What's this? I can't explain it, but I feel it. With each swing, Sharon corrected his mistakes one by one. One crock. The tree fell satisfyingly. The tree down with a single strike. Magic. This is the first time I've successfully done this out of the hundreds of times I've cut trees down. Just like that day's magic. I don't need flukes, but what I need is solid knowledge. Tomorrow, and the day after that, I will repeat this endlessly. For the chance that will come someday. 3 years had passed, and he was now a 15-year-old boy. He still wore childish clothing, but he had a face handsome enough to turn heads. You don't see it with your eyes. You feel, with your eyes. I almost went home after only doing meditation. It's already been. It's almost like I became one with nature. The shaking of the bushes. The wriggling of the worms. Sound of trees absorbing moisture with its roots. Even 5 hours is not enough to savor all of this. If that's possible, a different world will unfold. A different world, it's an apt description. Let's go back home. Arriving home, Sharon found a carriage in the yard and examined the stable. 2 white horses he had never seen before were eating the fodder. Do we have guests? What a fancy carriage. I'm back. No usual greeting welcomed him. The atmosphere was strange. His mother's face was dark, and in the living room, an old man he saw for the first time was talking to his father. You're already back? I see you've returned, Sharon. Come and greet him. It's the assistant butler of the House of Ogent. Nice to meet you. Come and greet him. Call me Temeran. Sharon politely greeted. It's my first time meeting you. My name is Sharon. I've come to meet you. Sharon, who lived deep in the mountains, also knew about the noble family, Ogent. The House of Ogent are second-class nobles in the kingdom. Why is someone who's working under the nobles looking for me? I'll take a look at you first. Temeran felt around Sharon's body and examined his appearance, physique, and eyes. Do you know how to read? I've read a bit here and there since I was little. Can you explain what you are doing? You seem to have a good reputation. You're a woodsman's son, but you know how to read. You're also a good kid. Temeran said in a borderline mocking tone. Wait. As soon as Sharon tried to reply back, a shocking proposal left Temeran's lips. Do you have any intentions of working for the House of Ogent? What? Sharon felt as if he had been struck by lightning. We are going to be moving books out of the house's great library. There are almost 10,000 books in total, with important books amongst those that must be collected. It'll be for 2 years. The moving should be done by other people, but the sorting job will be done by only the two of us. If it's the library of the House of Ogent, then it should be filled with knowledge that is important to mages. However, the only people that know about this is your family. If even one of those books is leaked, or if even the news about this spreads, then you and your family's lives will be taken. Sharon then understood why the expressions of his parents were dark. Since your lives are on the line, we will give you plenty of money. It'll be an amount that you will never be able to get by just hunting, so it looks like it was worth taking good care of your son. Vincent spoke with a red face. I didn't listen to your demands because of the money. I just wanted our Sharon to be able to accomplish his dreams. Ha ha ha. What are you thinking so hard about? What, you think he'll get a career? Stop dreaming. If you didn't do it for the money, then why else would you request for me to use your son? Because you said that he can read books. Of course, I did indeed say that. But even if he can read books, it's impossible for me to completely monitor him. You said you wished for him to accomplish his dreams. Have you been lying to your son like this? Is Sharon reading a book? Alina taught Sharon a few words just for fun, but after he turned 6 years old, he started to read books to learn. He looks good and is cute. But more importantly, he is clever. Maybe he has the blood of a noble? If he was raised by nobles, instead of us, then he could have gone to school, too. No. What am I thinking? Sharon is my son. It's only right that the son of a woodsman has to learn how to work in the mountains. But when Sharon started to work in the mountains, I was afraid. In the end, I raised that boy to be the son of a woodsman. Vincent clenched his teeth. He heard, when he went to sell goods, that the deputy butler of a noble family was looking for a commoner who could read. He thought it was an opportunity from heaven, so he ran to Temeran and begged him to use Sharon. You need a commoner that knows how to read? Please, use my son. He's read books since he was little, and he is clever as well. But please, could you let him read some books? I don't need any money. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have begged like I did. Get out of my house right now. How dare you mock my family for having little money? No, father. I'll do it. Temeran looked back at Sharon, not expecting that. Are you serious? I'm not just trying to scare you. I say this for sure. Even the smallest rumor will have your neck cut off. It's all right. Please let me do it. I will never leak it, and even if things go wrong, I won't resent you for it. If you're that invested, I will come pick you up in a week. If you change your mind before then, it's okay to decline. But once you go into the manor, know that you'll never be able to leave until it's over. Vincent grabbed Sharon by the shoulders and shouted, Sharon, why did you accept that kind of thing? Those bastards needed someone to die for them. It's your father's fault, so I'll take responsibility. Decline it. Father. Vincent abruptly stopped, looking dazed at the sudden way Sharon addressed him for the first time. Thank you for giving me such a big gift, said Sharon, who opened his arms while having a big smile on his face. Vincent cried, not caring whether he'd lose face or not. In his entire life, had he ever seen his son's face filled with that much joy? Don't worry, Sharon. Do you think your father won't be able to protect you? Come back safe. I'll make sure that they won't be able to lay a finger on my family. Sharon, have I finally raised you well? And the mother, Alina, was also wiping away her tears of happiness at the touching sight of her husband and son. A week later, the butlers of the Ogent family came to pick up Sharon. Sign here. Yes, all done. The butlers proceeded with the contract in a hurry, and a distracted Vincent had to send his son away in the carriage without a proper farewell. Now, time is ticking, so let's go. Put your luggage there. Contrary to his worries, Sherwon's mind was calm. He didn't show his parents, but he had decided that from now on, he would only make calculated, logical decisions that were not dependent on emotions. Entering the spirit zone, Sharon felt his anxious parents through synesthesia. Mother, father, don't worry. Moment the carriage rattled, Sharon bounced out from the spirit zone, but his closed eyes did not open. Let's not get shaken up. Have to stay focused, as this is a chance of a lifetime, a double-edged sword. Between people with immense power. Can I safely survive 2 years? Kingdom of Thormii, the Ogent family's house is located inside the city of Kreese in the Kingdom of Thormia. A warrior family that often raises official swordsmen. The predecessor family head was an official third-class swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ogent, is an official fourth-class knight. In short terms, they are in control of the forces of power in the city. And that's famous Ogent family's attraction, the Great Walkway. Wow. Scared already? The family is full of monsters. Watch your words. You want to get your neck hanged? Come now, we're supposed to go down this pathway. Now it's starting to feel like reality. This is the second-class noble. The Ogent family. This is the office as well as the lodging for the butlers. And the place where you'll be staying. Are you here? I'll explain your tasks, so follow me. I'll do my best. As soon as the old iron gate was opened, a scenery that Sharon dreamed of unfolded. A world of books. On the second, third, and fourth floor, all he could see were bookshelves filled with books. Wow, this is the great library of the Ogents. The books here will be moved to the new library, and your task is to organize the books. You'll be given a list every week, and you must find and put those books together. Work is from 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. It's free time after that, but you can't go outside, and you cannot enter the manor without special permission. The common butler will teach you the butler rules. Any questions? Sharon thought. It's worth risking my life. When do I start? Start tomorrow. The next day, Sharon went to the library to get to work. When he started working, he finally realized why only one person had to do this job. I understand why one person has to take on the book organization task. The organization standard must be consistent. For example, if I were to organize a book called The History of Swordsmanship, The History of Swordsmanship. Each person will have a different opinion on whether it should go into the professional swordsmanship category, or the comprehensive history category. And another thing I found out while undergoing the systems of organization. All knowledge is connected, and the backbone that connects it all is history. Knowledge is stacked on a line called history. History is the backbone of knowledge. After learning history thoroughly and using it to reinforce other areas, learning becomes faster. Across 10,000 books, there are around 850 history books. I'll read them all in the 2 years I have here. To achieve my dream as a mage. Is it the vice butler? I can't let myself be seen reading. Because it wasn't officially allowed. Are you organizing well? Working overtime again? Yes, I am. You still have a long way to go, so don't ruin your condition too fast. You have to take all the responsibility. I'll make sure not to. What? Did I get caught reading during overtime hours? In this library, not only butlers, but also the family head and the young masters come in. Take good care of your uniform, and make sure not to lower the quality of the Ogent family. And, do something about this long hair. Yes, I will. Phew, it was about that. Have a good night. I have to be focused for 2 years. I'll have to be careful to not get into any trouble. But the bigger problem is, it's hard. Reading history books was a pain in the neck for Sharon. 3 emperors, 7 kingdoms. Just Thonmia kingdom alone is hard. How'd I understand this much? Do I have to memorize more? No, if you want to access it anytime, you have to understand every single event clearly. Just one line. Sharon is exhausted and fell asleep on the table. The iron gate opened and Temaran with a crystal lamp came in. Temaran would come in at this time every day to check on Sharon, who was oblivious to this fact. Sigh, how dull. To hold this book for a whole moon cycle. Are you thinking you can be successful by studying? If you were digging into practical books, I would have banned you from entering outside of work hours, but, what a relief. He's just an idiot that dreams big. 3 months have passed since Sharon began working in the great library of the House of Ogent. Sharon, are these the books you've sorted today? Yes, you can take the whole bunch with you. Sharon gradually grew accustomed to the classifying job. He also learned several pieces of information through the male servants. Ah, I'll be borrowing this book. Reaperscans.com. It's the second young master that's borrowing this book as well, right? But they haven't returned the book they took last time. If by any chance you've lost it, it'll be a bit awkward. It's as you say. I keep on asking them, but they're insisting that they'll do it themselves. To be honest, the nobles aren't concerned whether a book goes missing or not. It's just us butlers who have to worry. Most shocking fact of all was that the nobles didn't care if the books were leaked. Well, to be fair, there probably won't be any really important books in a library like this. But you can't let anyone know that I've said something like this. But that doesn't mean I'm in any less danger. I'll be off, take care. An aristocrat could only have a laid-back attitude if he had the loyalty of the commoners. Commoners had to risk their lives for things that the nobles wouldn't even remember. Servants, to prevent even the tiniest of mistakes, could become cold and heartless. Doesn't matter if the nobles cared or not, it's best to just live a quiet life. The library door opened and he heard an unfamiliar boy's voice. Damn it, you damned old man. Sharon blinked as an uninvited guest had made a sudden appearance. What's going on all of a sudden? Huh? On a day like this, who cares if I rest a bit? That blue hair, that's the youngest son of the Lord, Ryan Ogent. Sharon's train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a shout coming from outside the library. Ryan, how dare you run away? Once I catch you, you'll be made to run another 100 laps. Arg, damn it. Ryan, who was running towards Sharon, grabbed Sharon's shoulders suddenly and said, Hey, don't tell him I'm here, okay? Then, whilst he hid himself under the bookshelf, an old man's thunderous roar shook the library. Ryan, I know you're hiding here. Although he was a gray-haired old man, his shoulders were wide. He was also tall enough to remind Sharon of a giant. You, a boy as tall as a peanut with blue hair came in here, right? Sharon thought about it. If the blue-haired boy was the size of a peanut, what do I look like in the eyes of this old man? From what I saw, he looked like the youngest young master. But excuse me, who are you? Sharon intended to change the subject, but the veteran saw through the boy's mind. I'm a swordsman instructor. I'm the teacher who has the right to beat up that peanut. You'd better tell me quickly with no funny business, unless you want to get beat up. I see. The youngest young master is hiding under that bookshelf over there. Hey, are you crazy? Do you want to die? Ryan crawled out with a frown. Master, this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? The swordsman grabbed Ryan by the collar and threw him to the ground. As soon as Ryan's body fell, Sharon closed his eyes. Follow me, you rascal. Forget training. You need to be mentally trained again. His instructor dragged him out with his legs. With an upside-down view, Ryan faced Sharon and mouthed something. Even though no voice was heard, and only the shape of the mouth was passed on, Sharon heard it clearly. You'll pay for this. The instructor has authority over the family head, so that was the only choice I had. According to the rumors, he got caught by his instructor and was taken to the mountains. A month later, the first book took 20 days to complete. However, after fully understanding the first book, He read a total of 82 books in 4 months. It's as I expected. Only the beginning is hard. None of the books contain completely new information. If I were to lay the foundation with about 200 books first, the remaining 650 books would be much easier to take in. As Sharon read the history books, he began to have doubts. Is studying history right now really the right choice? But as I studied the activities of mages of the past, I became certain that my decision was the correct one. If a scholar invents a theory, then the mage is the person who materializes that theory in real life. Therefore, a mage and a scholar are the same. However, not all scholars are mages, because they could not enter the extremely sensitive state of mind of that was spirit zone. Therefore, with my spirit zone, if I add a vast amount of knowledge that will become the backbone of knowledge, I might even be able to become real mage. At that moment, the door burst open. Hey, you jerk. It was Ryan Ogent who returned from hell. I went through hell while waiting for this day to come. So persistent. He harbored the same amount of anger as when he was dragged by his swordsman instructor a while back. Are you really here for that? Obviously. Do you know how much trouble I went through? I climbed and climbed the cliff countless times. And every time I felt the strength leave my fingers and thought I would die, I held on thinking only about my revenge. This is worse than I had thought. His anger must have reached its peak. Aren't you going to answer? Do you think I'm doing this because I struggled a bit? I asked you for a favor and I trusted you. But you still snitched on me? When I see cowards like you, I feel sick. I didn't rat on you, I just told the truth. Don't try to say you were in the right. You should have said you weren't going to listen to my request then. It's easy for those who are strong to listen to logic that suits them. Sigh. Sharon gave up persuading because he couldn't deal with the reasoning of an aristocrat. What should I do? Ryan looked slightly taken aback by the unexpected attitude. What? Just by looking at him, I can tell he's a butler who started working for my family. But what's this calm attitude? Fine. You're looking down on me too, aren't you? I'll show you just who I am. Follow me. This is the training ground. He plans to beat me till he feels better. Let's just take all of his hits. It's better than dying. I can't mess up the chance my parents gave me by risking their lives. Take this. As the training ground lit up, Ryan threw a wooden sword towards Sharon. A wooden sword? It's a duel. I'm not as cowardly as you. To pay the price of looking down on me, the person who's destined to become the greatest swordsman, you will take strikes from my sword. Sharon thought that was ridiculous. What did I do that was so cowardly? As a servant of the House of Ogent, you have to protect the Ogent. Ryan's look changed. You sold me out to my master because you were afraid of getting beaten. Someone was in trouble, and yet you sold them out. The look in his eyes changed. Sharon, who responded to the fighting spirit, was holding the wooden sword tightly with both hands. No matter how much I'm ignored by my family, I cannot be treated the same way by a guy like you. Bring it on. Considering the gap between us, I'll allow you to come at me 3 times before I start. Those eyes are definitely that of an Ogent. A wooden sword is sturdy. If I break a bone, I'll have to return home. What do I do? What can I do? Various thoughts crossed his mind. The thing that I can do is, that's it. Let's give it a shot. I have 3 chances. No matter how unlikely it was, he couldn't just not try. Here I come. Sharon's spirit, which was showcased through his raised sword aggressive rush. As Ryan blocked Sharon's attack, he shouted. 1. What kind of strength? He transformed the fear in his stomach to a loud shout and tried to slash his sword horizontally. 2. Kiki, have you ever even held a sword before? I only have 1 chance left. Sharon choked up. He pulled himself together and entered a state of extreme concentration. Here I go. What's that stance? It'll be harder for me to not block it. Now, starting now, it's my turn. Proc. The center of Ryan's wooden sword shattered, and Sherwon's wooden sword broke as well. Fragments of wood flew past Ryan, who had a face of astonishment. My gamble paid off. With the first strike I got a feel of things. With the second strike I calculated the opponent's timing. And finally on the third strike, I did it. The thunder strike that I practiced for over 3 years. Ryan was shocked. Even Ryan, who had been wielding a sword ever since he was born, never succeeded in executing sword smash. Most of all, he was offended because he was the only member of the family who had not yet mastered the technique. Where did you learn swordsmanship? This isn't swordsmanship, it's thunder strike. What? My father's workplace was in the mountains, and I also followed my father into the mountains to chop down wood. But my physique was too lacking in order to chop down trees, so that was a skill I learned to supplement my lacking physique. Amongst the lumberjacks, it's called thunder strike. Ryan's thoughts were all tangled up. This punk, what bullshit is he spouting? He learned while chopping down trees? I trained in the sword for 15 years. That's not some skill you can learn because you chop wood. Ryan thought of one. Rai Ogent. He was the second son of the Ogent family. He was 2 years older than Ryan. Rai, you're amazing. To think you learned sword smash. You're only 12, but the Ogent secret technique, as the second young master's skills greatly surpasses his peers. I have nothing more to teach. You've inherited my genius, Rai. We'll hold a grand banquet to commemorate today. Why can't I catch up to that punk? Rai Ogent. Young master? I can't acknowledge this. He let out a thundering cry as he needed to vent his emotions. Young master? If I was discourteous in any way, shut the fuck up. Ryan headed to the outskirts of the training grounds. There, equipped with various weapons, he returned with a high-class long sword used by aristocrats. The sword, which made a ringing sound as it was drawn, reflected the torch. Once he finished checking the blade, Ryan put it back in the sheath and threw it to Sharon. Take this. You? Raising his head in confusion, he stepped forward in order to catch the sword with both hands. Ryan spoke while stretching out his fingers. Since both our weapons were destroyed, the match isn't over. If you were able to learn sword smash, I should treat you accordingly. 1 month from now, right here we will have a match using real swords. Sherwon's heart dropped. He just wanted to survive, but he somehow made the situation worse. Real swords. I might really die. Young master, please think this over. I have never even learned any swordsmanship. That's why I'm giving you some time. If you were talented enough to be able to learn sword smash while chopping wood, you'll somehow do it. Don't even think of running away. I will overcome you at the very least. Sharon, with a tired face, went to work in the library. He couldn't sleep a wink due to what happened yesterday. I understand what happened. The House of Ogent is peculiar in that both black hair and blue hair is passed down. The family head, Bischoff Ogent, had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest is a certified grade 6 swordsman. The eldest daughter also showed incredible talent, but she chose to follow a path of music rather than the sword, so she's active as a palace pianist. The second son, Rai Ogent, is widely called a genius. Unlike his black-haired brothers who showed talent, Ryan, they even called in a dedicated teacher, but he was evaluated to have no talent. Everyone who worked in the mansion would know this story. I did something so useless. I should have just taken the hits as they came. To think I scratched the pride of someone who lived his entire life being compared to his sibling. I thought that all nobles were outstanding. If it weren't for the books, I thought there would be no reason for me to die. If I do end up dying, my parents. I have no time to do this. Let's think hard about this. I will become a mage after all. Since I lived in the mountains, I have confidence in my endurance. I might be able to survive if I learn some sort of defensive art. I need to do what I can. Arg, arg. Dust rose in the great training grounds. 100 laps, pass. The swordsman, Kite, shouted. Ryan looked different today, and as his instructor, he couldn't have been any more proud. You broke your record. What happened? To think you'll train so simply? Damn, how is this even training? What? You punk. I'm still standing on my own 2 feet. Don't you have anything harsher, teacher? You. Something happened. It's nothing like that. Kite did not believe him. With the eyes of his disciple staring ahead in such a frightening way, Kite knew something was definitely bothering him. Is it Rai again this time? Did Rai learn some new skill again? But Rai already awakened his schema. Fine. Even if you die, it's not my responsibility. Of course. Less than schema greater than both an imaginary body and a schematic of the human body. If a mage has a spirit zone, a swordsman has a schema. All humans have an image of their own body, but a schema is that concept taken to the extremes. Thus, masters of the schema are said to fully understand their body, and they can even be involved in how their cells move. Wait, isn't this the exact opposite of spirit zone? Should I try this out? First I must feel myself this much is easy. It's just like spirit zone. Here, I'd need to erase myself for spirit zone, but for schema, I need to dig further into my existence. If I can draw away the veil at this point, then I would have completed 1 page of a schema. But, immediately putting effort into schema, which is the exact opposite of spirit zone, is inefficient. This was that girl I met 3 years ago, also a schema user? To think she could do that at that age, impressive. It's preferable for me to use the spirit zone as a base to learn some swordsmanship. Let's start with slicing in the 8 directions. First, striking down. Ryan, you punk, stop. Your muscles will tear. It didn't tear yet. God damn it, why aren't my muscles tearing? Why aren't my arms falling off? Why am I unable to use schema? Kite intercepted Ryan's iron bar. That's enough, Ryan. Let's stop for today. Yes, teacher. Kite wrapped an ice towel around Ryan's shoulders. Seeing that the bones were not damaged, he was surprised at the sturdiness of Ryan's bones. Sitting on the hill of the training grounds, Ryan was staring at the distant mountain with a fierce expression. What are you thinking? I'm thinking that my arms are killing me. Ryan, you see, I've never ever written that you had talent in my reports. That's why I'm working my ass off like this. Still, I think that you are good at doing something. Have you ever thought about what you do well? That's why you're not a genius. I do know what I suck at. Stop that. I already know I'm not. Genius knows that they're geniuses, and they also know what they're good at. That's why a genius's hard work is guaranteed work that achieves what they're good at. What those geniuses truly fear is hard work aiming to attain something it can't gain. The fiery will to challenge something that they aren't good at, that can be called the mortal enemy of geniuses. The mortal enemy of geniuses. Ryan liked that. It didn't matter to him if they were just words of comfort. That's the best consolation I've received yet. Right, if it's a talent I didn't have at the start. I just need to work to death to gain it. I will definitely win. I'll definitely win. Sharon knew clearly what he could and couldn't do. And due to that, he began to study swordsmanship without hesitation when he realized the concept of schema. The totality of an exercise dynamic with the goal of eliminating life. However, on the other hand, it contains an extreme level of psychological warfare. Take for example an imaginary enemy. It may seem as if the enemy can attack me in an endless amount of ways, but in reality, there are only 8 major ways an attack can happen. In addition, for a month, I trained myself to cut in 8 directions. And block in 8 directions. That's it. I took a strike. Next, he learned from the books that the enemy could move in every way imaginable, but he knew that was not the truth. The sword that comes in to cut me is real. So there are 8 places I need to block, he responded with his imagination. 8 blades that overpowered 8 defenses turned to hundreds as one addition was made. URK. It wasn't possible to calculate all the ways a sword could move. I'm not counting numbers. I'm feeling as a whole. Free from tension, Sharon completely let go of his thoughts at some point as he delved into his mind. Then the whole thing was visible and all kinds of possibilities began to appear at once. Ha 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 ha. So swordsmen have chosen a path like this. The world of the sword really is infinite, just like magic. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. I might not be able to return. But still, I have no regrets. Although this path is filled with the crossroads of life and death, I was able to see such an amazing world. The great training grounds. Arriving on time, Sharon saw Ryan waiting for him. Let's start. In just 1 month. Will he be able to exude an atmosphere like that? At that time, he really, messy form and balance. He may not have learnt swordsmanship. On top of that, he's so calm when holding a real sword for the first time. If this guy is really as talented as Rai, I need to win. Even more so. I'm coming. Amazing swordsmanship. Swordsmanship on another level from mine. However, I can feel it. The sword's path. Recognizing the trajectory of the sword through synesthesia, Sharon calmly titled his upper body. He's looking at the sword? This punk. Ryan stared in shock as his sword was dodged, both of his eyes opening wide. Is he not afraid of the sword? I cannot defeat the fear of death. However, death, the cause of that fear, is in the future. The future is merely an illusion that doesn't exist yet. If one does not imagine the next moment, then any human can jump off a cliff. That's not simply a resolve to die. It's as if he's completely swallowed his emotions. I am not afraid of something like death either. Right side. Even if you do that, there exists a wall that you can't climb just by using cheap tricks. His sword strikes are quite heavy, and also fast. The speed of his strikes is starting to exceed the rate at which I can sense the sword's path with synesthesia. However, swords were also infinite. As the number of attacks gradually increased, Sharon's synesthesia began to develop blind spots. The moment the blade cut his chest, the spirit zone suddenly wavered. Sharon's heart sank. Damn it, I'm going to lose. Ha! Contrary to expectations, however, Ryan still continued with his big attacks. Thanks to this, Sharon, who predicted the next trajectory, jumped away to avoid the danger of death. Something's wrong. How can this be? He's completely out of it. Have you only realized it now? This is the Ogent swordsmanship made for training great swords. There's no way you can endure my heavy strikes. Every strike contains my bone-grinding effort. I'll crush you with all my strength. Let's go. It's weird if he slashed upwards after he cut my abdomen. My side would have been cut and this would have ended. Why is he only using attacks with big movements? I see. His understanding of swordsmanship is lower than I expected. Although he's proficient in utilizing skills, his understanding of their usage is shallow. If that's the case, I'll decrease Ryan's predicted combat capabilities. It was dangerous to let your guard down, but to label the enemy as too strong was also a mistake as one would become too defensive. Change of plans. Attack. When Sharon suddenly changed his strategy and launched an offensive, Ryan got staggered. What? He's suddenly attacking? Isn't he tired? As such, dozens of combinations rained down on Ryan, and due to the tension, his defense started to drop. Damn it, these are all basic slashes. Aleb, but why is it so hard to block them? Target's stamina has significantly decreased. Keep the rhythm to maintain my own stamina. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't. This can't be happening. Rai suddenly came to his mind. The detestable face that overpowered him with one hand and sneered at him in a match 2 years ago. Ha 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 ha. Rai, you're incredible. Let's hold a magnificent party today. Ha 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 ha. Don't fuck with me. I'll become the greatest swordsman in the world. Sharon thought it was strange. He acknowledged the spirit of Ryan, who continued to fight back despite fighting a losing battle, but in this way, his only ending would be death. What? Did he give up the match? Such an obstinate tactic. Is he even thinking right now? At one point, Sharon realized that he could no longer read Ryan's movements. The sword's path. I can't read it. There are too many random variables. Ryan, who came running with his long sword hanging down, swung it up towards Sharon's chin. Sharon responded by swinging his sword down with all his might. With the sound of the clashing blades, a sword soared into the sky and embedded itself far away from the training ground. Silence. The two who breathed in harsh, rugged breaths stared at each other. Ryan lowered his gaze first. He saw Sharon's sword pointing at his stomach. Is this possible? In those final moments, he changed his grip in an instant and struck upwards. What the hell is he? I didn't think I'd really win. But what's going to happen next? Even if it was a duel, he's a noble. Since I stepped on his pride again, I can't tell what he's going to do next. Ryan passively admitted his defeat. I lost. Arg, I lost. I lost again. You won. Since I lost, even if you decided to kill me, I'd have nothing to say. Are you fucking joking? What? Do you think I'd be left alive if I killed you, young master? What kind of ridiculous statement is that? No, but we fought with our lives on the line and I admitted my defeat, right? You were the only one who wanted to bet their life on this. I was just trying to survive. I mean, this duel was nonsense from the start. In the first place, why'd you blame me when you were the one who was hiding because you didn't want to train? Wait, you fuck? Who's blaming who, huh? This was because you were being pretty. Even if it was our first meeting, you should have been honorable in that situation and honorable my ass. What? Have you ever thought about how uncomfortable the situation you put me in was? I was stuck between the patriarch's son and his swordsmanship instructor. If you were really an honorable person, you wouldn't put one of your stewards in that situation. Don't you think that an actually honorable person would proudly face their swordsmanship instructor head-on? Ryan pursed his lips in embarrassment. Sharon figured Ryan out as he did not argue or make excuses. He was not someone to make up stuff. He just didn't speak because he had nothing to say. However, hating that attitude more, Sharon stopped nagging and sat down. I really thought I was going to die. What is this? Don't people normally give each other heartwarming compliments after a duel? And where did the cold warrior I was facing go? What is this, seriously? I'm sure he's a genius, but he doesn't laugh at me like Rai does. Rather, he faced me with all of his strength, head on. Hey, what's your name? Sharon raised his head. From his sitting position, Ryan looked bigger. My name's Sharon Arian. I'm Ryan Ogent. He's saying his full name? Let's be friends. How about it? You finished classifying 7,028 out of 10,453 books, so FAR. You did well in a year. Tamaran was blown away by Sharon's amazing speed, but Sharon already predicted that much. Thank you. It's already been a year since I started working at the Great Ogent Library. As the number of books I had to classify decreased, I obviously became more and more efficient. Furthermore, out of the 850 history books I set myself as a reading goal, there are only 200 books left to read. I read about 3 books a day and soon, I will be able to complete the core of knowledge that I've dreamt of. But also, I experienced swordsmanship and understood the essence behind fear. Thanks to that, it feels like the durability of my spirit zone increase. I really thought I was going to die back then, even if the start was slow. As long as I don't give up, I will eventually reach my goal. But more importantly, Whoa, there are so many books. I wonder if my family has read all of these? Nothing could compare to making a good friend, of course. The head of the family and the second oldest young master visit the library often. Must be nice being smart. After getting close to him, I realized that Ryan was very affectionate and had cute aspects to him despite his towering height. Should I say, as expected from the youngest? There are so many books for them to read. He really did act like the youngest. Don't damage it, I'll be the one who dies. Ha ha ha, don't worry. How could a book be more important than a person's life? Even if you burned down the library, I'd protect you, so don't worry. I wouldn't hate you so much if you didn't talk. I'd be safer if you didn't do anything at all. But why are you here today? What about training? I just did basic training. I told him I wanted to study a bit in the library. Then you should hurry up and study. What are you doing? I'm bored. It's not like Ryan became lazy or anything. Really, Ryan is like fire. A fire that can't be stopped once it starts blazing. As long as there's an opportunity, he'll fire up again and again. Regardless. 10 minutes later. If you're here to study, study. Sharon, didn't you say you wanted to become a magician? Of course. Do you really need to read so many books? In fact, I'm behind. I didn't have the chance to study before I came here. But now that I've read 600 history books, I know most of it now. Really? It amazes me every time I see it. How can he read books so quickly? Also, he's my age, but he's much more mature. Oh, this book's quite fun. Preface. I'm sure you've asked this question before at least once in your lives. If a swordsman and a magician fought, who would win? To find the answer to that question, I scoured the world. When I close my eyes, even now, I can see the glimmers of the Artusna mountain, which stands 6,000 meters above sea level. In those mountains, there's a carnivorous tree which devours birds. What a boring book. What? I was having fun. What do you mean by fun? There are no pictures and nothing about swordsmanship. Are you really going to say that when you haven't even read a page? So who would win, according to the author? Did both the swordsman and the magician go insane to fight like that? Abruptly, a sharp voice was heard over the bookshelf. Obviously, the swordsman wins. A man with a cold impression appeared. Welcome, young master. What? How do you know that, big bro? Don't tell me. Our conversation from early, he didn't listen to it, right? It wouldn't end at just flogging if a steward spoke candidly with a noble's child. And how are you so sure? Are you sure you're not taking the swordsman's side just because you're a swordsman? How am I sure? I didn't expect you to take it that far. We can just tell by seeing the standings of both the swordsmen and magicians on the continent. We're talking about a fight. What does standing matter? You pick your fights on the battlefield based on military rank. You're not going to say something like that, are you? Oi, you over there. Are you ignoring me? What do you think? Huh? What's his intent? I thought he was difficult to read normally too, but, because there's something on my mind right now, it's even harder to read him. I just have to give an apt answer. If the swordsman and magician are both of equal level, I think it'd be hard for the swordsman to win the moment the magician entered their spirit zone. But if the swordsman used their excellent physique to fight before they could cast their magic, no, you're wrong. The magician loses. Sharon choked up. Although he was only an aspiring mage, he was still undoubtedly working towards becoming a mage. Ryan was pissed that his friend was ignored. So it was something like that, Ryogent. Ever since we were young, if you ever found someone unpleasant, you would enjoy trampling over whatever was important to them. It seems like you like history. I'm sure you've heard of the armor set of the 5 gods, right? The artifact that disrupts the mage's spirit zone. I'm talking about anti-magic. A mage's innate ability, spirit zone. Fighting a mage inside this area is said to be akin to fighting a shark while in deep waters. Readerscans.com. However, something can disturb that water to rob the shark of its senses. Anti-magic. If the spirit zone can't touch it, then magic can't touch it either. If one equips themselves with an artifact holding such an effect, what mage would be able to face them? However, this was still just a theory in the end. In the first place, anti-magic was a precious skill created from the mana flowing within a dragon's heart. Also, since it has the qualities of a wave, no matter how much money you invest into it, its effectiveness doesn't increase that much. Even the master of the wave equation, Yakra, was only able to exhibit 65% of the effect that the armor set of the 5 gods could have. Due to that, its price. Of course, it has an astronomical price. Each piece is worth an entire kingdom's yearly budget. What the hell is that? Then how is a swordsman stronger? The problem is that the ones who created anti-magic were mages. What? Why would a mage? Isn't it obvious? Since there is a lot of demand for anti-magic, it's perfect for making money. Those mages are lining up to ask to be used. So there's no need to buy a precious artifact at all. Bo-o, do you understand now? Mages are just a pathetic class of people who sell the weakness of their own kind for money. Your words are too harsh. This was a biased, swordsman point of view, but Sharon understood what he was trying to say. But, that is what a mage is. What did you say? Rai raised an eyebrow. Rai thought of the boy as someone who liked magic. So he should have lost his temper. However, contrary to what Rai thought would happen, Sharon admitted it was true like you said. Anti-magic was created by mages. It's used to limit magical activities in magic-prohibited areas. It's also used effectively as a training aid in magic schools as well. Although anti-magic could be used against mages, it's valued as a fruit of intelligence given up willingly for the good of the world. And due to that, I think it's difficult to say that a swordsman is greater than a mage if accounting for only that factor. Ideals and reality are different. No matter what, the truth that a mage cannot win in a fight against a swordsman does not change. Rai coldly turned around and left the library. I thought I was dead. Ryan grabbed Sharon and bursted out laughing. Bah ha ha ha. You're totally amazing, Sharon. That's the first time I've ever seen my brother make a face like that. If your tongue were a sword, you would be the greatest swordsman in the world. That felt so refreshing. Just as Rai said, ideals and reality may be different. However, the explorative mentality that relentlessly experiments on even one's own weaknesses. The explorative mentality that relentlessly experiments on even one's own weaknesses. 6 months late, all right. It finished earlier than expected. It's great that the library's relocation was pulled 6 months forward, but I am also relieved that the books that have been neglected for 20 years have been cleanly categorized. However, isn't it too much of a waste to simply let go of such a useful person? If we can extend the contract using some excuse, maybe you of all people are talking nonsense for some reason. Just see to your work. EHEM. Apologies, Deputy Butler. SHIRONE Arian. Turning over a book is a simple task. However, turning a book over after going through its hundreds of pages is a different story. It feels like a dream. Finally, Sharon, I heard you're done with the work? You haven't gone home yet, have you? Did you actually complete it? Sharon just smiled. Yeah, there's nothing to read here anymore. At least on this side. Really? You ha ha ha. You're an incredible guy. You really did it? Congratulations. That's amazing. Ryan, before I go, can I come play at your house? What? Really? Ryan's eyes swung wide open with shock. Is it that surprising? It's just, you've hidden our relationship so solidly. I was kinda sad about it. But for you to say something unexpected like this are really, well, I was regretful of that as well. The place we meet up at the most is the library, so we don't have much private time together. Since we've lived like this all year long, I've been getting a little curious about how my friend lives as well. Ryan agreed without hesitation. All right, let's go. My entire family is out today. Whoa, now? Now that I'm here, this place is a little scary, no? Ryan, can we just go through the main door like this? Don't worry, don't worry. My family is coming back in the late afternoon. It's really quiet. It's huge, isn't it? There are only employees here. Is that huge door room entrance? Is one room as big as my entire house? So Ryan really is a young master of a rich family. He doesn't act like one at all. Here, this is my room. Ryan's room was the smallest room at the very end of the corridor. Is this a training center? Welcome to my room. It looks like a small lodging you'd go to after training. Ryan lives here and he really has no interest in decorating at all. The two chatted away because they had nothing to do. But when that got boring as well, they played a card game. The game ended in just 30 minutes. It was a complete defeat for Ryan. I'm not playing. I lost again, Sharon asked while sweeping the chips. One more round? You've been cheating with that spirit zone or something, right? What? Who do you think I am? You have a habit of moving your card to the outside when you get an ace. And the time it takes for you to bet when it's a pair or no pair are also too obvious, Tilda. What the? How can you figure something like that out? Observation sometimes gives better results when you're not obsessing over a specific something. When you're not just looking at the opponent's little actions, but seeing all of their actions. Then you can predict that person's intentions. Not focusing on the small things, but seeing it as a whole. Then, will this help to awaken my schema? It might. It helped me enter the spirit zone, after all. Ryan placed his chin on his hand. His brain was itchy. He felt like he was close to something, but the thoughts eluded him. I feel like I get it, but I also feel like I don't. Oh, this is fun. Ryan, can I borrow this? I've kinda gotten tired of only reading history books, so seeing a fiction for the first time in a while. My goodness, did you say your family will return in the late afternoon? While walking down the hall, Sharon heard the sound of a piano leaking out from a room. For him, who had grown up in the mountains, the music filled with the composer's inspiration shook his heart more strongly than thunder. That's so cool. Sharon followed the sound as if drunk, and stopped in front of Ryan's sister's room. A woman with blue hair that flowed like the ocean waves was playing the piano. Raina Ogent. How was it? She said. My piano sonata. I've been caught. It was really cool. What should I do? Raina patted the piano chair and spoke. It's my first time seeing you here. Are you a new hire? Yes. I was tasked with categorizing the library. It's been a year. So you're that kid? I heard that not just anyone can categorize the books. Seems you're pretty smart. Tilda, have you played the piano before? I can't let down my guard. She's a professional that uses schema when performing. No, not at all. And Ryan definitely said that in this mansion, the person with the worst personality here was his sister. Then, I'll teach you. Will you sit here? What? Sit there? Sharon feels worried about that statement. It's okay. No one will scold you since I permitted it. She's being insistent, and I'm in no position to refuse. Besides, when else will I get a chance to sit in front of a piano? Now these keys are do, re, mi. And these symbols on the music sheet are. Try pressing down on these three keys at the same time. The reverb feels good. Oh, that's a good start. I apologize if I'm asking for too much, but could I try playing it? Huh? Okay. It might not be pleasant to the ears. That's how everyone starts. And she thought, does he know more chords apart from those I just taught him? Sharon raised his hands gently over the keys. As soon as he thought his posture was acceptable, Sharon quickly started playing. Raina, who was listening to this unspecific music, bore an awkward smile. However, as Sharon was midway through, she realized something. Wow, I can't believe it, he's getting them all wrong. But he's not showing any hesitation while pressing the keys. Should I stop him? It's weird. He's getting them perfectly wrong. But it's also wrong, perfectly alike. It's as if he's fully imitating the feel of my performance earlier. It may not be called music, but it seemed to convey Sharon's feelings. It's starting to sound more accurate? Reina was correct. Sharon wasn't trying to perform, instead, he was in the process of going deeper in order to understand the concept of playing an instrument. A little more. Sharon focused even harder. Whoa, what was that? I can't call this a performance, but he has insight that encroaches on the essence. Why is this kid a butler? I'm sorry, I just... Stop being so loud, you damn witch gremlin. Just take a break if you're home. Why are you being hysterical? Ryan, still half asleep, came into the room while scratching his washboard abs. Why are you here, Sharon? Well, the thing is, if it were to be revealed that Ryan and Sharon were friends, it would create problems. But fortunately, Reina took the lead. Huh? You two know each other? No. Well, he thought my friendship with Ryan might exposed. Oh Sharon? He's my friend. What are you saying, Ryan? Don't worry. This witch gremlin may have a rotten personality, but she doesn't care about this kind of stuff. What? That makes no sense. How could she not care? He knew she was pretty open-minded, but there was a high barrier between the aristocrats and the commoners that should have been hard to ignore. So your name's Sharon? Don't worry. If Ryan says you're friends, then that's good enough. He might be a bit pathetic, but he takes responsibility for what he says. So what were you thinking while you were playing just now? I really wanna know. Sharon wasn't looking any less suspicious. What? That was Sharon? I thought you were being hysterical. She doesn't care that he's friends with a peasant? Anyway, Ryan, why did you lie? Your big sister is a kind, nice lady. Be fooled by her. She's a witch. Who knows when she'll try and swallow you whole? Reina spoke. Sorry, my little brother is so immature. I'm glad that he has a friend like you though. Please look after him. It's nothing. In fact, I'm the one who owes him. Oh my, you're so cute. Hee, why don't you just keep him if he's so cute? Let's make him family while we're at it. Oh ho, you're so close that you don't mind letting him have your big sister? What are you talking about? You're not the catch, but Sharon. Oh, really? As soon as she finished talking, Reina jumped high enough to the point where it could easily exceed a person's height. While still frozen in surprise, she landed in front of Ryan and pulled her brother's ear. Do you think you're the shit because I keep letting it slide? Ow, that hurts. Lives right when I think I understand nobles, they become more confusing. HMPH. Why did you come home anyway? You took a break not that long ago. Didn't you hear? Rai is taking his certification test. I came to pick him up. We depart tomorrow. And Grandpa went to see a friend. He'll be back later. What? That's nuts. So the gap is that big? Ryan looked shocked. Certification license. It's a standard and order for mages and swordsmen that's recognized not just within the kingdom but the entire continent. Over 1,000 people take the test every year, but no more than 30 people manage to obtain it at a time. Then there is also the non-certified license. If you graduate from a kingdom-approved special institution like the Alpea's Magic Academy, you are able to become a grade 10 non-certified mage. When you gain achievement points through associations or guilds, you can raise your grade. But where there is money and honor, people naturally gather. Even with the non-certified licenses, there is still a never-ending demand for the certification test. That's the kind of amazing test that Rai is taking at the young age of 18. Wow. Geniuses sure are different. They have the full support of the family. Reina ruffled Ryan's hair. He was a cute little brother, despite his lack of talent. She just hoped he would not be hurt by this. It's okay. I'm going to prepare dinner. Taka. It's seafood from the royal castle, so I need to prepare it myself. It was nice meeting you, Sharon. Let's meet again. Yes. Have a nice day. Will I get a chance to ever see her again? Because I'm leaving the mansion tomorrow. Ryan, your big sister. Huh? Does she have a boyfriend? Never mind. As soon as he asked that question, a huge amount of regret washed over him, but there was nothing he could do as the words had already left his mouth. I was just curious. Forget what I said. Anyway, I said never mind. Ha ha ha. Big sis. Big sis. Ryan ran out of the room in a flash. He grabbed the railing on the second floor, making Sharon pull him back by the waist. I made a slip of the tongue because I was sad. Sis? Sharon asked. If you have a boyfriend. Sharon, who barely managed to cover his mouth, dragged Ryan back into the room with all his strength. Huh? What am I hearing now? Boyfriend? The maids working in the kitchen looked up at the second floor, but Raina just laughed. Ah ha ha, the kids are just playing around. Don't mind them. Now, we finished removing the poison, so it's time to steam them. However, the attention of the man in charge of the mansion's affairs did not leave the second floor. Hannes, did the youngest master have a guest today? There was nothing pre-scheduled, head butler. Sharon, he said. I thought it sounded familiar. I remember now. Tell Temeran to come to my office. Immediately. Early morning of the next day. Shouts rang out. After hearing that Rai was taking a certified test, Ryan increased the intensity of his training. Stop. Take a 10-minute break. He got fired up again. It's been a year, right? Last time, it subsided pretty quickly, but I'm sure it'll change once Rai goes to the royal palace. The problem is, schema. Young master. A butler came running. Arriving in front of Ryan, who was taking a drink of water, the butler spoke before he could catch his breath. Young master, Lady Raina asked you to return to the mansion right now. Sister did? If it's regarding my brother, I'm not interested. Tell her to do whatever she wants. That's not it, sir. She said the temporary butler Sharon is in danger. He might die. What? Why? I thought he was going home today. Head butler Lewis made a report to the family head. I don't know, but she said it was because of his relationship with you, master. I'm going to see father. What's the matter? A butler named Sharon is my friend, and it seems father found out somehow. I'm sure he'll forgive him if I put in a good word. I'll continue the training later, you may not. What, master? Ryan looked at him weird. The atmosphere inside the mansion was cold. All work stopped momentarily, and the male servants and maids kept their mouths shut. Lewis, the head butler, wiped his glasses behind the sofa where the immediate family members were sitting. Next to him, Temeran, the deputy butler, was staring at Sharon, his stress plain for all to see. Sharon was kneeling under all the gazes of hostility and contempt. You, Wilby, how did this happen? How dare a commoner, with a noble? He should still know about this, even when he doesn't know that much. Father, please wait, I have something to say. After looking through the file, Bischoff spoke. With a cold impression along with his pitch-black hair, he had the power to petrify with his words alone. What more needs to be said? On this document that the head butler provided are the testimonies of many employees that state how carelessly that kid treated Ryan. You should have no complaints since you've read the contract details. Do you have anything else to say? Sharon opened his mouth. I have one thing to ask. If I am friends with the young master, then what will happen to the young master? This guy, can't he read the current situation? He should beg for his life. Is he worried about Ryan? Even when he's in this situation. Raina's eyes turned affectionate at Sharon's selflessness. He thought of his friend before himself, even in such a situation. You have the gall to ask me that? You're foolish as a commoner should be. Do you think something will happen to a noble when they hang out with someone like you? Bischoff's words had thorns, but Sharon was satisfied. Sharon, who let a little loose, told the truth with a bright smile. It's true that Ryan and I are friends. We've been friends for a year and we will always be. No one dared to speak up or express themselves, but Sharon's words actually caused a great stir. In particular, the male servants who lived with him were the most shocked as his friendship with the youngest young master turned out to be true. Why are you not scared? Right. It seems like you take the Ogent name lightly, head butler. Deal with him quickly, but don't let any news about this out. Rhaenys stepped up. Father, wait, please listen to me, he confessed. And I already made my choice. In the name of the family head, as long as I make the choice, there will be no going back. Head butler, isn't this too much? There's no reason for all of us to die for a single person. This house is our life. To protect that, even if it's small, we must get rid of any sprouting conflict. You will think this is wrong for now, but you will be thankful for this choice later on. Ryan opened the door and barged in. I'm not letting that happen. Ryan, who dares kill one of my friends without my permission? Bischoff said flatly. Me. Why? He didn't commit any mortal sins. He just became my friend. You don't need to commit a mortal sin to deserve death. Reaperscans.com. The circumstances of nobility are so complicated that you can't even imagine it. Since our family is handling this complex situation, you too are enjoying special privileges as the son of a noble. That privilege doesn't matter if I have to get rid of one of my friends. How immature. Why does he have to die, you ask? Being friends with a noble means that it should be a relationship of equality. Do you really think that that commoner thinks of you as a friend? On what basis? In this world, there are a lot of people that try to leech off of nobles. Sharon would never do that. So, how am I supposed to trust you? Prove that you're truly friends with Sharon. Prove. There was no evidence that could prove Sharon was a true friend because nobody could look into a person's heart. They're completely beaten. If I say, I can't prove it, then it's over. My feelings. Can you prove a person's feelings? But I feel like I can't just say things haphazardly. If I were Sharon, I could have beaten him with ease. If I were Sharon, that look. It's that look that's absorbing everything. That same look he had when was dueling with me. Ryan, sometimes not focusing on the small stuff yields a better result. You don't focus on the small parts of the enemy, but rather see them as a whole. See them as a whole? Then you will be able to see their true intentions. As a whole, as a whole. This person right in front of me. Father second-class noble head of the House of Ogent, black-haired pedigree grade 4 certified official knight. Right. This isn't something like a quarrel between a father and son. Reaperscans.com. Okay, it's a sword fight. 30 minutes ago. Teacher. What do you mean? No. My friend could die. Yes, you're talking about the kid that works at the library, right? But that kid is a commoner. Teacher. I didn't know you were someone like this. You told me, teacher, that if it's someone you can have a conversation with by crossing swords, then anybody can be your friend. Ryan, do you not know what's most important to a noble? Aren't nobles supposed to get rid of something that threatens the position of the family? Have you ever thought about the weight your friend feels when he's someone who's nothing more than a fly? After thoughtlessly befriending him, don't even think about solving this problem by arguing about it. But I can't just stay here and do nothing. I'm the one who requested to be friends with him first. I don't want to be a coward. That's some nice determination he has. He's passionate, honest, and innocent. But you can't become a great swordsman with just those. I have high hopes for you, and I'll be cheering you on. Take this. Kite handed his sword to Ryan. I'll let you go if you take it back home with you. But if you aren't even prepared for this, then Don't move even a single step from here. Ryan didn't know what his teacher wanted him to do with the sword in particular, but he understood his intentions. Ryan would have to risk his own life if he wanted to solve this situation. Teacher, I will never forget this favor. Remember, throwing away a friend is the same as throwing away a part of yourself. This is a sword fight with my life on the line, na. I understand now, master. Ryan, who understood what kite meant, burst into laughter. As expected of my father. I almost got beaten by you. Prove that we're friends? I believe it. It's because I believe that I am friends with Sharon. The existence of me, who's Sharon's friend, is proof that Sharon is friends with me. That's nonsense. This is not something as simple as a quarrel between a father and son. Even now, the prestige of countless nobles is falling to the ground. If the fall of the house can be avoided, then I will even excommunicate my own child. Father. But Ryan didn't budge. Instead, he answered politely with unprecedented courtesy, as if building a wall between him and Biscoff. If that's what it takes to protect my friend, then I will leave happily. You little, raise your sword. If you really think that kid is your friend, then put your life on the line right here. Ryan drew his sword without a word. The action angered Biscoff even more. You'll even raise your sword against your own father? This sword is not pointed at you, father. I am just showing my faith. How can you have friends? You couldn't even get along with other nobles. Maybe it's because you can't reach the level of the other nobles. Right now, you're just keeping someone who's worse than you around, just so you can feel better. This time, you're wrong, father. Sharon is a friend who is better than me. I want to help Sharon so he can shine brighter somewhere higher up. Are you the one who deluded him? Did you convince him that a commoner and a noble could become friends? Sharon spoke. No, I didn't. Ryan stood between the two. Sharon, stay put. I will at least protect you. Ryan turned his head as Sharon spoke with a cold tone he had never heard him use before. Sharon was staring straight at him. Ryan. You aren't responsible for everything. I will take responsibility for the things I have to. I had a hunch since the time you wanted to be friends with me. That I will be at a crossroads where I'll have to choose between my life and my friend. Sharon looked back at Ryan and smiled. Even if it means I die on this spot, I don't regret being your friend. Silence ensued. Not only the servants, but also the members of the Ogent family couldn't help but turn solemn in the moment. And for Ryan, it was like pouring fuel into an already burning flame. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Even if I'm ostracized, we'll still remain friends. Reina, who was resting her chin using the back of her hand, smiled. Even if we are immature, we are still human beings with emotions. A true friend that doesn't turn their back on me. Everyone either has a friend like that, or wants a friend like that. Except for the butler. Suddenly, a loud voice from the second floor was heard. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Grandfather, I didn't expect to see this kind of a spectacle in my later years. Being young is indeed the best. Reina stood up with a look of happiness. It's all good now. If it's grandfather. Turning a blind eye to his daughter's expression, Biscoff asked. I see you've arrived. Reina was telling me that it would take a few more days. I came early because my friend ran away with a young maiden. That person is Thormia's general and a grade 3 swordsman. Ryan's grandfather. Anyways, this place is as noisy as ever. Youth really is a fine thing. The previous family head, Clump Ogent, it's not exactly a good thing in this case. Our family's image has fallen to the ground. Let's not jump to conclusions here. I've been watching from behind the scenes for a bit now, and it's evident that everyone here has a lot they want to say. So, why don't we first hear each other's opinions on whether we have lost faith or not? Reina gained courage and stood up. Although I only met Sharon for the first time yesterday, I noticed he was a smart and talented child. Also, Sharon has completed all the contract requirements and was supposed to leave the house today. Given these circumstances, it's quite difficult to say that Sharon approached Ryan with particularly malevolent intentions. And as a result, I do not believe his actions have tarnished the family's reputation. I see, in that case. What are your thoughts, my second grandson? Rai replied in a polite, frosty tone. I do not like that kid. That's it. I knew I could count on you, Rai. However, this matter has nothing to do with me. Biskov asked him. What do you mean? You say that you dislike him, yet you also say you don't care? Exactly. I don't like the kid, but who Ryan befriends has nothing to do with me. I simply want this matter to be done with so that we can head to the royal palace. Clump giggled. It amused him to see that his family members had their own unique personalities. Kekekeke. This is exactly why there's no place like home. Then, to conclude, let's hear the opinion of the one who must have observed the boy, Sharon, for the longest time, the deputy butler. As Temeran took a step forward, Louis sent a sidelong glance towards him, warning him that he had to pick the correct side here. What kind of words cannot be said between family members? But what was important to the servants was their master's thoughts and preferences. Sharon did the work I ordered him to do, and he did it perfectly. He also finished 6 months early, at that. Louis's forehead wrinkled. What does he think he's doing right now? Did you know that they were friends? I knew he was frequently hanging around with the youngest sire, but I did not know they were friends. But in my opinion, if he were such a child, I do not think he would have been able to sort those 10,000 books. Deputy butler. Sharon's eyes widened, as if surprised. He did not expect Temeran to speak of him that way. The head butler Louis stepped up. Nice, the atmosphere's completely shifted. The only person who's trying to punish Sharon is father. No, I cannot approve of this. Father? Clump made the final decision. Grandfather? Biskov and Reyna shouted at the same time, but the reason why they called out were polar opposites. No, I understand that they recognize each other as friends. However, it ends now. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread, and this might become a weakness for the political opponents to snatch and use against us. Everyone in our family holds a prominent position in the kingdom. Rai even has his certification test coming up. Besides, what can I do when I have so many families depending on me? Sharon, you're a smart kid. I trust that you'll understand. On the one hand, Reyna was disappointed with her grandfather. But on the other hand, she also understood why. However, but Ryan's thinking was different. Clump responded with a bright smile to his youngest grandson, whose eyes burnt with hostility. I see you've got pretty splendid energy, Ryan, but how can you not understand my words? You too know the immense weight of the countless lives at stake. What do you think, Sharon? I would like to thank you for teaching my naive grandson true friendship. Can you end it here? Sharon, who thought about it for a moment, spoke. I cannot. His unexpected answer shook not only Biskov, but also Reyna and Rai. But the one who was the most taken aback was Ryan. Sharon, if I am a hindrance to Ryan, I don't mind never seeing him again. However, that doesn't mean I can think of him as anything other my friend. Me and Ryan are friends. If you take that much into account, I'll follow whatever orders you give me. Ryan's eyes were filled with tears. I'm ashamed. I thought it was a relief that Sharon wasn't going to die. Truthfully, that's how a part of me felt. But Sharon already knew that abandoning a friend was equivalent to abandoning oneself. Fine, this was never something to be negotiated anyways. Ryan raised his sword high and shouted. I hereby declare. Reyna's face was filled with anxiety. Don't do it. I don't know what you're planning, but don't do it. Turning to Sharon, Ryan stabbed his sword onto the floor before anyone could say anything. Ryan knelt on one knee as his family stared blankly at the sword that pierced the marble floor. I, Ryan Ogent, the third son of the Ogent family, will become Sherwan's sword as of this moment. What? Hey, you goddamn, you fool. Biskov shouted. The origin of the Knight's Oath goes back to the founding of the Kingdom of Thormia. In an age of chaos, small and large countries alike were constantly fighting over territory. Atolf I, who was the strongest of them all, succeeded in unification and established the Kingdom of Thormia. However, the newly established kingdom had to stand up against its powerful neighboring countries. Therefore, instead of being purged during the unification, the defeated kings were allowed to govern their own territories directly. And what was created in the process was the Knight's Oath. In return for pledging to become the single sword wielded by their master, they are granted the status of a nobleman. That, right there, was the origin of the Knight's Oath and the birth of nobility. Therefore, breaking the Knight's Oath meant they would become someone less respected than a rabid dog. What do you think? I can't take it back now, can I? Master, it looks like I made quite the splash this time around. Ryan, what the hell are you doing? Sharon couldn't hide his shock. Hiding his true feelings, Kampf asked sternly. Ryan, if I'm really seeing you say that you'll become his sword, that must mean that the child is that qualified, doesn't it? Answer me, is he really overflowing with brilliance? Or does he shine bright in your eyes because you yourself don't? He replied, a sword does not judge. It simply protects. Kiki, kiki kiki, KWAHA ha ha ha. Clump was satisfied. That's right, you immature brats have to do at least this much to reach the very top. You're quite good with your words. But with that lame swordsmanship of yours, I feel sorry for your friend for getting a sword like you. Ryan shot daggers at him. Grandfather, enough, enough. Everything's been wrapped up. Though he's not the most polished sword yet, Sharon, he will never turn his blade towards you. Take good care of my grandson. Sharon bowed his head. He felt that he had to at least show some respect. After all, his actions had damaged the pride of the Ogent family. Thank you for your approval. Since you two have become sworn friends for life, I can't just send you off like this. Deputy Butler, use the carriage that Sharon was supposed to go home in and bring his parents here. Why yes. Right away. The head butler immediately left the mansion. Louis realized again at that moment that a noble's way of thinking was completely beyond his understanding. Is this for real? I can never tell what the nobles are thinking. By the time Sharon and Ryan returned to the room, it was nearing noon. Haha, I feel refreshed. Did you see my family's faces? It was amazing. Ryan, the Knight's Oath. There was no need to do that for me. Ryan's expression became serious. Despite how immature he was, he understood the weight of the Knight's Oath. Sharon, I didn't do it because you were my friend. I'm different from my older brother. You have the power to draw people in. I simply chose to bet my life on such a person. Sharon felt the sincerity. What? I feel so much pressure. But listening to such praise made him feel awkward, so to lift the mood a bit, he tried to joke around. But if you want to protect me, you'll have to work way harder. As Raina peeked her head inside the room, she let out a small siren. Is it really true that you swore a knight's oath to become Sherwan's sword? Why's he like that? Get out. We were having a man-to-man talk. What are you saying? Your sister helped out so much just a while ago. Please come in. That's right. I brought some important information from the opposing faction. What? What are father and grandfather doing? They're absolutely bloodthirsty. You pulled out the Knight's Oath card, after all. Tilly, they're planning their new course of action. So anyways, father's thinking about enrolling you and Sharon into the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy. Sharon, you said you had insane talent for the sword, didn't you? That's what you said. To that extent, though, of course. You're now a member of the family. I've told them all about your talent, to see if there's any chance they're willing to invest anything on you. They must be planning on making you succeed, if only for Ryan's future. Who's sending me to school without my consent? When I can finally play with Sharon all I want. Sigh, what a stupid bastard. What are you trying to do after causing this huge mess? And Sharon won't be going to a swordsmanship academy anyway. Sherwanza would be Mage. He's already opened his spirit zone. Raina's eyes widened. What? Spirit zone? Sharon did? Wait, that means you swore a knight's oath to a future mage? There should be a limit to how worthless you can be. Get out right now, you hag. So you use the synesthesia that you can sense with your spirit zone to read Ryan's movements and win. That's pretty good thinking, huh? It must have been possible since the density of your spirit zone has to be quite high. You're amazing. From what I've heard in school, the higher your level of concentration, the more solid a spirit zone becomes, and it's even more amazing to be able to maintain that concentration while holding a sword. To be so shy like this. He won't be able to date. I'll talk to Grandpa about Sherwan's career path. Of course, the condition of you attending swordsmanship school would also follow, Ryan. What? Then what will happen to my teacher? Teacher Kate already knows about this, so he decided to end the contract yesterday. He said that he would say his farewells tomorrow morning. What? Following a knock, a butler entered. Young Master Sherwan's family members are here and waiting in the reception room. The family head said that you can go ahead and meet with your family first if you'd like. Chuckling, Raina told him. What would you like to do, Sharon? I'll go. Sharon was bouncing up and down in excitement. The stairs are steep, so please be careful, young master. Sharon followed the butler out of the mansion. The butler's attitude made him uncomfortable. Just a day ago, they didn't even bother with him, but now? They were treating him like a noble. You can just talk to me as you did before, it's not like I've become a noble. Goodness, I cannot. Please do not say things like that. Our heads would go flying. Sharon, who once risked his life for mere books, knew the stress servants experienced better than anyone else. Don't worry, I won't ever tell anyone. Even so, we cannot. Reception room. He opened the door, and then, Mom, Dad, Shirone. When he saw his parents' faces, his vision got blurry. The tears he suppressed while living in such an uncomfortable environment poured out. To have become so thin, they must have had a hard time getting through the nights and were probably worrying and thinking that I would go back to them dead. Don't worry. We've been eating and living well. But why did you call us? You should have come right back home if you finished your work. They aren't holding you here and not letting you come home, are they? It's nothing like that. It's just that I've been given a good opportunity. Good opportunity? Sharon told them the story of what had happened this morning. He couldn't comprehend what his son was talking about. Haha, so what you're saying is that you became friends with a noble young master while working at the library. That young master pledged a knight's oath with you. And you received permission to stay friends with him? Yes, that's right. Sharon, speak to me honestly. There is no way that an intelligent child like you would be so delusional. Someone is treating you badly, right? Right? No, it's all true. My goodness, Tilda. They all said that those who go to noble houses can't come back sane. Young master. The family head has arrived. While he was stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to think of a way to answer, the Ogent family entered the reception room. Nice to meet you. I am the family head, Biskov Ogent. Hello, father. I am Sherwan's sword, Ryan. I am the eldest daughter, Raina. I've heard a lot about you. After staring blankly for a while, Vincent quickly realized the situation and lowered his head. Hello. We are Sherwan's parents. How could such great people come here? Oh my, you didn't hear from Sharon? Pardon? The things he said are all true? No way. When Vincent became aware that the whole story was true, his heart skipped a beat. Just what on earth is happening? Even if I don't know what a knight's oath is, there is no way that they would show such goodwill to a woodsman's family. I need to properly clarify this. Excuse me, I'm grateful that you think so highly of my son, but I am also worried. For a young master of a noble family like Ogent to swear an oath to Chiron. I cannot believe. Yes, to be honest, it is a tad unpleasant. However, for Ogent, a family that respects the policies of militarism, a knight's oath is absolute. If we were to treat this as unpleasant just because of the difference in status, then that would result in dirtying Ryan's pride. As such, we will use honorifics from here out, so please do not feel uncomfortable. And our family will not hold back in supporting your son. Clump spoke while chuckling. It's been a while since I've heard you say something right. You're noisy, father. To be able to make such a composed decision for his family, being called someone with lots of pride and conviction surely suits him. Even though he was only left with the difficult option of taking a commoner under his wing, he doesn't fear anyone. If we're to get to the point, surprisingly, your son is a spirit zone user. A spirit zone is not something that can just be earned through hard work. Rather, it is something that can only be earned with true talent. From what I've heard, he is aiming to become a mage, so if he wants to earn an unofficial mage license as quickly as possible, I am thinking that the Alpea's Magic Academy, which is one of the 5 most prestigious schools in the kingdom, would be suitable. I am not saying that one must go to a school to become a mage, but not doing so is something for the underprivileged, so I do not recommend it. And he should go to a place such as the Alpea's Magic School to suit the House of Ogent's standards. Ahem, you have no consideration for the commoners. If your son graduates from the magic school, he becomes a mage. Our son will be a mage? Vincent gulped. No way. This is just like a dream. Our son. However, the biggest problem is with his identity. Vincent snapped out of his dream. Magic schools are exclusive, so they do not allow enrollment from anyone other than noble children, so there's only one option. We would like to take Chiron as our adoptive son. What? This is the only option we could come up with during the family meeting. I have an immature cousin who does not yet have any children. Full name: Chiron Ogent. If we add his name to my cousin's family register, then the problem will be quickly solved. However, we do not have any intention at all of stealing your child away from you. It will just be writing on paper, but with this, Chiron will become a noble. Chiron will become a noble. Who on earth would be given the chance to change his identity? But if we do so, this would be like getting our child stolen away. Tell me, Chiron, what should this father do? Vincent studied Chiron. His son's expression, while a little obnoxious, was still calm. By chance, did he already make his decision beforehand? He couldn't figure out whether his son's expression was like that because he thought his father would obviously accept the proposal, or because he thought the proposal was too preposterous. To be honest, Vincent was not confident. Chiron holds his father's hand tightly. Then Chiron said, "There's no way. I am my father's son. I cannot become another person's adoptive son." Chiron. Vincent was touched. Chiron, it'll just be on paper. Of course, we will treat your current parents as your true parents. You'll be able to achieve your dream, and nothing will change. While the rest of his family members were dumbfounded, Clump said coldly, "You'll become a noble. It's not a lucky opportunity that comes to just anyone. If I have to change fathers, then I'd rather just live as a commoner." "A commoner cannot enroll in magic school." "Then I will not go to the magic school." "Then you cannot become a mage." "Then I will not become a mage." Chiron. Clump stood abruptly from his seat. "Why are you so inflexible? The world isn't so easy. There are things that you need to give up to succeed." If you can't do so, then was your dream something so trivial? Sharon replied calmly, that may be so. No matter how amazing my dream is, it is something that I have received from my parents. If my parents are the roots, then my dreams are the fruits that receive nutrients from them. Saying that I should deny my roots now is no different from saying I should dry up and die. Thank you for the offer, but my only parents are these two people here. Silence enveloped the living room. They weren't simply impressed by Sharon's words, he made them reflect. Clump was very shocked. A sense of guilt? Ethics? No. What this child is trying to say. Vincent's head hung down. Please take Sharon, as an adoptive son. Please, I beg of you. Father, I understand what you mean, but what Sharon wants is also. Vincent interrupts Sharon, is not my biological son. Vincent, just what are you saying right now? Also, we cannot bear a child. Sharon was a child that we gained through an accidental opportunity. I'm sure you can tell, but he's definitely from a noble family. He is too much for me. If he became the adopted son of a noble family, he would come to his right place, so he really didn't deny his origin. Is this really the case? Everyone here probably guesses so much. Sharon looks completely different from his parents. Seeing the reason behind his words, those who gathered to think about it. But breaking their thoughts, Sharon shouted at a very painful look. What are you doing? How can you say something like that without discussing? I'm sorry, but because now you have grown up, you need to learn about it in some people. Do you really think I don't know? Vincent was stunned. Even after that, the only reason I didn't ask you was because someone had only one mother and a real father in the world. I also wanted it to be good. But now you try to make me have 6 parents? I don't want you to give up your dreams because Who is giving up their dreams? As long as I continue to try, the last chance will come to me. But, have you ever thought about my feelings? Who wants to be abandoned by his parents twice? As soon as he saw his son's eyes full of tears, Vincent realized his mistake. That's my fault, Sharon. I will never give up you. Please forgive your foolish father. You are all mine. While the Ogent family observed with satisfied faces, Biscoff itself, especially affected by the scene. What you do for your child can sometimes cause pain. Don't you have to endure a lot of trying to raise your children alone? I heard that there are special considerations available in the Alpea's Magic Academy. I can do something about that. What? What can this? How can I defeat that stubborn Alpeas? It is really not done? I heard that he owed you a debt. Isn't it the stubborn person about it is the best method? Biscoff smiled silently. He also used that stubborn method to push the position of the family's head. I said it all for your own benefit. 3 days later, until Ryan left the Sword Arts Academy. Thanks to the grace of the head of the family, my family was able to stay in the Ogent house. I still seem to feel sorry for me. For the first time, Ryan and I could have free time. 3 days later, an antique-like carriage was stationed near the main gate, waiting to depart. It was a carriage that would take the family to the royal castle, and Sharon is waiting for something special. Ryan, who did not want to say goodbye, could not hold back his tears. Kuhuk, Kuhuk, Kuhuk. Ryan, don't cry. How can I not? If I get on that carriage, I'll have to go to the Swordsmanship Academy. Why can't I enroll next year like you? We don't even know if I'll be able to get in through the special considerations or not. Let's meet when we're on break. And write letters every day. Ryan grabbed Sharon's shoulder. Sharon, you must become a mage. I'll also become the strongest knight and be the sword that protects you. I'll guarantee your Reina socked him in the head. Just focus on graduating. I'm worried the most about you. Sharon, don't worry and just spend some time with your family for now. My grandfather will definitely make sure you get enrolled. Okay, and thank you so much for helping me. Sharon spoke with sincerity. Reina stared at Sharon. He's a peculiar child. I just thought he was just a cute little brother at first. But he's a really considerate child. Even that mentality of not bending his beliefs in that scary situation. Sharon, maybe, when you graduate. Just as Reina was about to say something, she stopped and started laughing as she realized just how absurd the idea was. What am I thinking? He's a child that will need to live in the new world that is the Magic Academy. No, let's do our best. You'll definitely be able to become a mage. Please take care of Ryan. Reina looked back at Sharon one more time. She waved, and got into the carriage. As soon as the 4 horses stomped out, Ryan opened the window and stuck his head out. Sharon, when you get into the Magic Academy, destroy them all. Sharon waved his hand big. You too, Ryan Ogent, Sharon Arian. The meeting between these two passionate young men would be recorded as the starting incident that broke the structure of the world. At Alpea's Magic Academy, despite the fact it was class time, there were 2 old men who sat opposite each other, both drinking tea in the headmaster's office. Clump was waiting for Alphea's answer. Considering you've been contemplating for 30 minutes now, I can expect a positive answer from you, right? It was Alphea's turn to answer, so Clump was just waiting. Despite being my good friend for 50 years, I really can't accept that request from you. Clump spoke with annoyance. What did you say? Do you know how much I suffered because of you when we were young? Considering you're spitting empty self-praise out of your mouth, this must be quite an urgent matter. However, the special considerations weren't created to be a side entrance for the nobles. Many requests come in every year, but the special considerations also have their own requirements. This makes Clump uncomfortable. This mischievous old man, he made me wait 30 minutes but he didn't think at all. Kakeke, Clump said, but this one will be different. Looks like there really is something. I haven't seen you make an expression like that in a long while. I'm not asking you to accept some dog shit kid. Rather, it's the opposite. He's a friend of my youngest grandson, but he's really something. Do you know what I thought about after I saw him? I thought I was looking at a young version of you. Recalling his past, Alphea's eyes dimmed, as he realized that time truly did pass quickly. If he's that talented, then can't he enroll through the normal way? I can only think that there's a problem with him. There is. A huge problem at that. He's not a noble. Alphea's eyebrows narrowed slightly. A short, but intense memory from 4 years ago flashed through his mind. No way. Is it a child with blonde hair? And blue eyes? Clump began talking about how Sharon joined the Ogent family. I lose my life. I won't regret becoming friends with you. That was my first impression of him. He really talked well. I thought he was an intelligent child who knew how to manipulate the minds of adults. However, when I offered adoption, to reject my origins now, is to tell me to go and die. Does this make sense to you? To reject becoming a noble. Alpeas went silent, but this time, he was actually deep in thought. Then he said Sharon understands the nature of cause and effect. Yes. If there's no cause, then there's no effect. However, not many people know this logic and lose their way. A new opportunity may come anytime, but the moment they themselves deny their foundations, they end up losing everything. And they never compromise on what they think is right. Doesn't it remind you of when you were young? Alpeas went quiet. The fact that they didn't compromise means that everyone can accept what they think is right, but can also judge them. That's what I think is dangerous. Clump pursed his lips. On one side, his heart pained. It was because he understood his friend's dilemma. Tisk. You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You did what you could. You taught so many talented people. Isn't it time that you forgave yourself? Ha ha ha, saying I should forgive myself. That's being arrogant, my friend. The reason why I teach children is so that another person like me doesn't appear. If that child, as you say, is like me. There's no guarantee that he won't walk that horrific path that I did, right? Clump let out a deep sigh. You were a genius, Alpes. A genius that is born every 100 years or so. You, who was called the light of the Milch family, went on the wrong path once, and almost ended everything, but in the end, you came back. Of course. Who knew you would become the headmaster of an academy in a rural place like this? What? Then the heavens have helped you. The fool with no talent became an official Class 3 swordsman. I'm worried about the future of the Thormia kingdom. Alpeas walked to the window with a smile. If there's no cause, then there's no effect. Isn't this fate? To think that you're acquainted with him. The boy who was chased away 4 years ago has come back. Ha ha ha, I don't believe in fate. However, the talent that was distant because of the status barrier, took a detour of 4 years and is now standing in front of me. Is this really fate? I will admit Sharon. Spring, 3 months later, Sharon returned home to say goodbye. Sharon Arian now is 17 years old. My lovely son, I'm going to miss you so much. I'll write often, but does my hair really look okay? It's never been like this, so it's awkward. Miss Reyna said that short hair has recently become trendy among nobles. Aren't you forgetting something? Dad, I'm 17 now. A kiss is. If you don't, I will. Sharon, I'm proud of you. But is it really okay? The family head said that he'll have a house for me in the city though? Gosh, your dad's a hunter, isn't he? A hunter's roots are the mountains and the fields. No matter how much I reject the living expenses that the Ogent family are giving you, they keep on giving it to us. Gosh. It's a happy day at the village because I'm entering the Magic Academy, but father didn't tell anyone. I'm certain that the reason why he declined the offer to live in the city is so he isn't used against me. Please board. We will escort you to the academy. Temeran said. Sharon said his affectionate farewells to his parents. I'll be back. And that's how my first day at Magic Academy started. Both men were silent during the ride. Since their positions had completely changed in the span of just 2 years, both were quite uncomfortable. But Sharon did not forget the fact that Temeran had sided with him, despite Louis's opposition. Upon arriving at the main gate of the Magic Academy, Temeran turned more courteous as he dropped Sharon off. Since it was a place where nobles attended, he had to make sure he acted properly. Young master, we have arrived at the Aldea's Wizard School. The fees for the teaching materials will be paid through me. Young master, you just need to study well. Thank you, Associate Butler. I'm only doing my job. It feels like I haven't been able to say thank you up until now. I was able to come to this thanks to you thinking highly of me. I won't forget your kindness. No matter how talented a commoner is, they're still just a commoner. They can never be better than a noble. Sharon raised his head. Temeran had a stern look on his face. However, not just anyone is given an opportunity like this. When you enter the school, a lot of nobles will not look at you fondly. But you must persevere. If you can persevere until the end will come. It was advice from an orphan who became a deputy butler. It was very Temeran-like. Thank you. I will definitely become a mage. Alu now, if you're ready, please follow me. We need to register you into the school now. Alfie's Wizard School. In this place called the Cradle of Geniuses, what will I learn? And who will I meet? Guards stood in front of the academy's main gate. We will do our best to serve you. Bo. Temeran turned to Sharon. I will get going now. If you need anything, please contact me. Yes, thank you very much. Who will come and get me? After submitting his documents, while waiting, Sharon looked at the curriculum pinned against a wall. They sure are systematic. The Alpea's Magic Academy was run using a system called the Class 10, where classes 10 to 8 were beginner classes, 7 to 4 were intermediate, and 3 to 1 were the graduate, advanced classes. The advanced classes used relative evaluation, and only 10 out of the maximum 30 students could graduate. Only 10 students? So you're Sharon. When he turned his head, he saw Alpeas, who looked no different compared to 5 years ago, walking towards him. Hello, headmaster. We've met before, do you remember me? Thank you very much for back then. It's all right. We can talk slowly, so let's walk first. You'll need to take the entrance test. A test? I don't know anything. Don't worry. It's just a simple evaluation that determines your class. Can you enter the spirit? Yes, I can. Zone? Who knew he could open the spirit zone all by himself? Oh ho, how incredible. It would have been great if I began teaching him when he was young. I didn't recognize a gem when it was right in front of my eyes. Although it's late, I need to teach him the basics. The entrance test hall will be filled with 10-year-olds, so if we go early, he'll lose face. Do you want to have a look around the school? Despite the fact they had arrived early, other students were also taking the test, so he made a turn and headed to a building where the classrooms were located. Huh? Something strange just walked past me. Headmaster? This is the classroom where students have lessons. It's a beginner class for classes 10 to 8. Beginner class. Sherwin's jaw dropped to the ground. It was as if he were exposed to a completely new world as is a little different. That's right, everyone's using magic. However, the place we need to go is a little different. The atmosphere's different because they're all around the same age as me. What are they talking so earnestly about? A large amount of energy that can bring the atmosphere below freezing point? Wouldn't condensing a refrigerant be more efficient? However, the downside is that the reverse reaction will be accelerated. How about this? If we redirect the time scale instead of the energy, what? Why can't I understand what they're saying when we're speaking the same language? Loud noise was heard at the end of the hallway, and as a door was ripped open, a girl came out with her ears covered. Cough, cough. Ah, hello, headmaster. Yes, it seems like a problem occurred. Yes, I was in the middle of an experiment to amplify sound, but an error occurred in the output. They don't even care? Seems like the input-output balance was wrong. Check to see if the electricity is uniform. Thank you, headmaster. I'll try it again. It's like I came to another world. Sharon thought. Now standing in front of the bulletin, the grades of 270 students were listed down. In the intermediate class, there were 42 students listed under Class 4, the highest level in the intermediate section. And the one in first place was Amy Carmes. Isn't that a first-class noble? Incredible. Everyone written here are people with the same talent as me, but to think she's someone who ranks first amongst all of us. I want to try it too. I want to make it. I'll start studying from the very beginning again, right in this place. I want to challenge the rankings. Hey, Amy, let's go together. Sharon turned his head. By Amy, did they mean Amy Carmes? The intermediate class rank 1? At that moment, an unknown tension squeezed his heart. Trauma. Emotions crashed over him before the memories had the chance to, and after a while, he remembered who she was. It was the girl he met 5 years ago in the back alley. Amy, I said let's go together, you jerk. Sharon, frozen in shock, turned his head away as Amy walked towards him with her friend. Please, I hope she didn't see me. Please. Did you see that guy we just passed by? He's totally gorgeous. Is he a new student? He looks a bit old for that. He must be a transfer student instead, right? How peculiar. Where did I see him before? What? Are you interested in him? You had no interest in guys at all, no? No, it's not like that. He just seems really familiar. Stop lying. Honestly, you fell for him, right? Right? I'm right, right? No, I'm saying that's not it. Amy Carmes intermediate class rank 1 as the most popular girl of the intermediate class. She's been shutting down confessions from her seniors, juniors, and classmates. The model student amongst all model students. The only person who knows her dark past is trying to be admitted. Is it chilly? Oh, and not at all. Magic Academy third test site. Oh my, I see it hasn't finished yet. Oh well, this is great. Look closely at what that child is doing. Considering he looked a bit old for a newly enrolled student, he paid no mind to the stares he received. Alpayas explained the letters on the floor. When you enter Spirit Zone, you will feel that the letters on the floor are different. And how you felt about them will help us interpret the Spirit Zone's size, strength, flexibility, and disposition. So you just need to answer the teacher's questions honestly. Sharon, who got the gist of it, watched the test from a distance. So, Kami, can you use magic? I can levitate objects in the air. Oh ho, how adorable. Good. Try entering Spirit Zone. Yes, I've entered. When the child named Kami entered the Spirit Zone, a young instructor sitting at the far right asked. With slicked back blonde hair, he was a handsome man who made a sharp impression. What number is furthest away? It's 6. Oh ho, 6? The number 6 means the zone's diameter is 6 meters. Ah, I see. The next question was asked by an elderly instructor sitting next to him. What's the color you feel the most strongly about? It's red. I think I came into a red world. Divergent type. It makes sense that his zone is a bit big for his age. Do you see a giant tower? It's on my left side. And what temperature can you feel? It feels a bit hot. I'm sweating a bit. Good work, Kami. This year's new students are impressive. That's right, that student Mike's zone size was a whole 12 meters. I think the quality of the students get higher every year. Next, Sharon Arian. Alpayas gently placed his hand on Sharon's back and pushed, taking him to the instructors. Now, don't be overwhelmed and show off your skills. Yes, I will try my best. So that kid is the one going through the special screening that the principal mentioned. What a peculiar choice. And he's quite old too. If he borrowed the House of Ogent's name, is his family not very famous? It seems to be a case where they discovered his talent a bit later. Well, he may have seemed special outside, but in this school, he'll only end up being buried quickly. The blonde man sitting on the right asked a question with an unenthusiastic voice. Sharon Arian, can you use magic? No, I did not learn anything yet. Is that so? Even if you didn't learn, you should be able to do some things. That's what they will think. Magic is the act of bringing out the knowledge in your mind. Noble children are taught various things and so they naturally end up using magic, but that child should have no such knowledge at all. Fine, for now enter the circle and enter your spirit zone. There was a hint of sarcasm in Thad's tone. You can enter the spirit zone, right? I will try. Fortunately, it seems that it isn't a severe case of nepotism. When Sharon closed his eyes and focused his mind, his synesthesia unfolded. Once he entered the spirit zone, Sharon was overwhelmed by the countless pieces of information. Most of the knowledge from reality was blocked, and he felt as if he had fallen into a whole new dimension. So it was something like this. Thad asked, "Now, Sharon, please tell us the number that's farthest away." However, Sharon could not answer. Student Shirone? Even as Thad kept urging him, Sharon made no move to open his mouth. Ho, it seems he's embarrassed. Alpayas spoke softly. Sharon, you just have to answer honestly. We aren't ranking you against anything, we're just trying to find the best way to educate you. Sharon spoke with a small, doubtful voice. I do see a number, but it's so long that I can't really read it. Thad asked again. You can't read it? It's not based on sight but something you feel. No, that's not what I meant. I can feel it, but it's so long. Really? Even now it keeps growing. Thad was getting annoyed. Ha, really? It's alright, so start with the first digits you can see. The number Sharon was seeing was the circumference, pi. Since it was an irrational number that was not divisible by an integer, it went on indefinitely. It's 3.14. The eyes of all the instructors popped wide open. What? The woman sitting on the far left shot back, raising her glasses. Sharon, there is no 3.14 among the numbers we set. Are you certain? Sharon frowned, bothered. Is that so? But that's what I see. Sienna had lied. Really? Of course there are a few cases where the pi ratio shows up. It means that the zone size has exceeded the range that we set up. Did he really exceed 30 meters? The old man sitting next to Thad asked the next question. Then, what color do you feel the strongest for? It's blue. It's entirely washed in blue. A commotion began among the instructors. If it's blue, isn't it the convergent type? Convergent type. The endurance is better than the size of the zone. Opposite of the divergent type. Alpeas, too, was surprised. He finally understood why Clump had been boasting non-stop about Sharon. Clump, I can see why you were so adamant about this. But his zone is still that large? But, this isn't just at the level of decent talent. What is the number of spheres floating around? Is he asking about these things? There is no need to count each individual one. Since I can feel it. There are 867 of them. The instructor who had asked the question lost all emotion and went blank. 867. This is a bit. Sienna asked Sharon. How cold are you right now? Quite cold. To the point that it's icy. As expected. Sienna, who nodded as if she understood, began to write down her overall evaluation on the document. Here was the gist of it. Convergent type, defensive, and excellent durability. Even the size of his spirit zone is abnormally large. Sienna wondered if this kind of situation was actually realistic. Now, we need to have a meeting to decide which classes you will be in. So, all new students, please wait outside. When the door to the test site closed, the instructors who had been quiet began to speak. Haha, what an interesting student. Exactly. How could a 17-year-old student have a spirit zone with a diameter of over 30 meters? The density of the spirit zone decreases with the spirit zone's size, but the density of that student's spirit zone is 86.7%. On top of that, that's its pure concentration without using any intensify cation skills. Is he some monk who continuously trained in the woods or something? Thad said with a face as if he did not find Sharon to his liking. By any chance, could he have lied? Think about it. A spirit zone with a density of 90%, that's 30 meters in diameter. From a 17-year-old boy who doesn't know magic, it doesn't make sense. Isn't there a chance that he could have increased the numbers before telling us? Sienna countered. But, Mr. Thad, it seems that you have forgotten. There is no reason for students to lie. If they get into a high-ranking class like that, then they won't be able to follow the classes, let alone take the tests. Why on earth would a student bluff like that when they've come to learn at the school? More than anything, it seems that even the teachers here forgot that pi is displayed as an error code. It is not something that a mere student could say just to get some attention. Alpeas intervened. So where would be a good place to put him? Sharon, I mean. Sienna immediately spoke out. Principal. Class 6 studies the development of the spirit zone and its theory, and Class 5 starts learning real magic, right? I think that this student's spirit zone is almost complete. Following that, I recommend Class 5. Thad immediately refuted. He is a 17-year-old boy who doesn't even know magic. This might cause problems and get conceited after being put in a high-ranking class. For now, I think we should teach him the basics. That might be true, but not all students are like you, Mr. Thad. What? Be honest. You just want to put that student in class 5 since that's the class you manage, and you want that student. Is there a problem with wanting to teach a student with talent? Mr. Thad has a point. Even if he has great talent, he is still a young student. How about we teach him step by step from class 10? He might lose his motivation to learn if we send him to the basics class since the age group won't match. How about we defer the allocation of a class and keep an eye on him? I think class 7 will be appropriate. Class 7 is a high-ranking class that also includes the basic lessons regarding spirit zones. If that child really has talent beyond that, then grade skipping will also be an option. Alpayas felt that he had a point. As expected, your words are correct. Sharon will be allocated to class 7. Magic schools have a system with 10 classes depending on the evaluations. Students are split into classes of 10 different levels, but these classes can be categorized into 3 groups. Classes 10 to 8 are elementary level, and those students are educated with the focus being on developing a spirit zone. Classes 7 to 4 are high-ranking classes VVVTV where students learn proper knowledge for using magic and how to use their spirit zones. Finally, the graduation classes, which are made up of classes 3 to 1. Face severe training to produce professional mages. And we have a new student joining us in class 7 today. Sherwan's appearance attracted the attention of female students, and soon, he could hear whispers around him. He got placed in an intermediate class as soon as he enrolled. He seems like he's pretty old, but he's good looking. I'm Sharon Arian. Let's get along. Finally, I've come to the magic school. The Alpayas Magic School uses the whole 75.425 kilometers mountain. Including dorms, it possesses more than 33 buildings and 40 training centers. Though going out is prohibited on days other than the weekends, that's not inconvenient since most facilities are all in place within the school. Classes end at 5, and any time afterward is free time. But students either go to the school library that is open 24 hours or form research associations with other students that have similar interests, fueling their desires to learn. All this was the driving force of making a prestigious school. As expected, classes are difficult. There are a lot of subjects, and it's all high-level knowledge. It's a given since even the nobles, who have been studying since they were young, are having a hard time with it. However, by using any means possible, I can follow along. Core of knowledge. According to the chronological order of history that had been engraved on Sharon, all the knowledge of the world started to gradually accumulate. Now, the morning classes will end here. Good work, everyone. The afternoon class is a spirit zone practical class. There's no location written on the schedule. Who should I ask? Fortunately, there's someone my age. Hello? Do you know which practical training center we need to go to? Why you mean me? She's a shy colleague. You must not know yet. The practical today is at the second combined training center. Combined? What's combined? All the intermediate classes train together twice a week. That's today. The orientation. Combined intermediate classes. Is that by chance? At the second combined training center. Hello, senior. Thank you for last time. Hello, a senior, please come and sit here. Hello, Senior Amy. Hi. What amazing popularity. She's someone I don't ever want to come into contact with if possible. But there are 2 combined trainings every week. Even so, if she's first in the intermediate classes, then she'll move on to the graduating classes soon. The seniors and juniors are actively conversing and have a strict order. Will I be able to stay out of sight? Hello everyone from the intermediate classes. The instructor of the Spirit Zone was a certified grade 6 mage named Athela Romy. I'm Athela, and I have again been put in charge of your Spirit Zone classes this year. There must be students who have moved up a class with the start of the new year as well, right? Abba, though it seems like our class is full of faces, familiar faces, we have a new face who has joined us in our intermediate class today. The rumor's true? Who is it? Wait, this is a dangerous turn of events. Sharon, will you stand up and greet everyone? Hello, my name is Sharon Arian. Starting today, I will be taking class 7 with you all. Please take good care of me. I don't know anymore, Tilda. Amy, that boy, isn't he the guy you saw yesterday? It seems his name is Sharon. Unintentionally ignoring her friend, Sorrel, who was making a fuss, Amy got lost in thought. It's my first time hearing his name. Who is he? He seems familiar. I'm sure I would have saved most faces in my red eye. Do you know him as well, senior? According to my source, it seems the teachers are very focused on him. Really? They say that his stats were quite amazing when they tested him during the new students test. Oh my, I like him even more. I wonder which family's young master he is. At that moment, Amy shouted, "Holy fuck." In retrospect, he was actually the one who put an end to her dark history. And whenever she thought back to it, she felt stupid. It was her first time saying such harsh words, so Sorrel asked with a surprised look. Amy, what's wrong, huh? I meant shoes. My shoes are uncomfortable. I knew it. The memory that was captured by my red eyes couldn't have been wrong. The problem is that I found him among the nobility. Who knew he was that low-class boy? But how is he here in this magic academy? However, Amy was very embarrassed of her past. I want to die. I tidied up my past without leaving a single loose end. Don't tell me he remembers me. No, absolutely not. I can't allow that misunderstanding. I need to stop it from happening. Sharon thought. I feel a chill. Ignoring everyone's thoughts regarding the newcomer, Athela began her class. Now, everyone, what is a spirit zone? A mage's mentality, Tilda. That's right. It's the embodiment of a mage's mentality. The first form is a circle. That's what focus is. However, in actual combat, there are certain circumstances where the circle form is not efficient. I will show it to you in an image zone. I can see it. I can see the spirit zone with my eyes. Sharon was surprised. This is the basic form of the spirit zone, the circle form. However, it's rare to use this form in combat. I will show you a simple example. When Athela flicked her finger, a target appeared 20 meters away. Alright, I will shoot magic towards that target. My spirit zone is 10 meters in diameter and the target is 20 meters away. I will use a 10th circle magic fireball. Finally, I can see her use magic. Small fire. Let's see if I can hit the target. Fire burst out and cannot burn the target 20 meters away. The fireball disappeared. As you just saw, most magic cannot leave the spirit zone, because mages can only control magic within the spirit zone. Thus, if I extend spirit zone until it reaches the target, we can reach it. Fire burst out and burned the target 20 meters away. The eyes of the new students who were in their first ever class popped open. Look at the class 7 guys, how cute. I didn't know that. To think you can change the form of your mentality. However, there is a fatal problem with this method. Due to Athela's words, the new students were shocked. That was wrong? Then she said changing the form of your zone consumes a lot of your concentration. It'd be inefficient to change your form in every match where you need to use a zone. That's why the spirit zone is used in 4 different patterns. 4 forms of spirit zone: defense form, attack form, cross form, detached form. These are what we call the 4 forms of the spirit zone. First, the defense form is a basic deltahedron shape. In most defenses, the spirit zone is maintained to not be broken, and the more faces you have, the higher the defense. Next is the star shape form that we call the attack form. It's easy to locate the target with it, and it's useful when fighting against many enemies. Continuing from that, the cross form, which allows the zone to extend in 4 different distant directions. However, for fast-moving targets, it's not suitable, as the distance from the center is far. It's hard to change the direction. You can say that the main idea of the cross form is to increase the speed of the spirit zone's rotation. She's using those techniques without even blinking. Does she want us to do that? Using that method, you can use it in a real battle even if your diameter is 10 meters. The last form is the detached form. It's a form that's difficult to get right even if you're a class 5 mage. First, I will show you a demonstration. Oh ho tilde, if she succeeds, will she get promoted? Her spirit zone achieved full marks when she was a class 8, so that much. Every student was amazed after seeing that. Her spirit zone left her body? I don't get it. The spirit zone is a mage's mentality. Is it possible to detach your thoughts from your body? What is at the center of that spirit zone? The detached form is so difficult that it's for specialized mages. However, as the mage doesn't have a center point, the spirit zone cannot move. You can move the zone to the target, and you can instantly activate it and chase it, and it has the advantage of having an infinite scope of activity. Instant activation, that means you can ignore the process of trying to aim at the target and you can activate the magic on the target itself. Wow! Class 7 students finally realized. The 4-way formations was not something easily achieved within a year or two. The teacher in front of them was a certified grade 6 mage, not a brainless, innocent-looking child. How can the professor do that so easily? Just using the spirit zone gets me out of breath. She's on a different level. She's an official class 6 mage. Despite her looks, she's very skilled. Haha, if we don't do a demonstration in the first class, you'll all be upset, right? The student who got first place in speed for the cross form, wow. Student Amy Carmes from class 4 will show us a demonstration. How cool. The head of the class's honor. As expected, it's Amy again this year. All the male students will fall for her after seeing it once. Right? Amy. But Amy doesn't want to do that. I don't want the attention right now, though. The cross form is one of the 4 directions of the spirit zone. Its advantage is that it's long range. Its shortcoming is that it's hard to use when dealing with fast, moving targets and multiple targets. But, if the spirit zone is supported with a mental power that's capable of spinning it quickly, its shortcoming ceases to exist. And it becomes a long-range interception fortress hated by everyone. Amy is really amazing. The speed test is usually done by changing between the 4 forms along the way. But I heard Amy always got number 1 just by using the cross form. Will I be able to become a mage like her? Even though I'm just a layman, I know that technique is amazing as well. It's simply spinning the spirit zone on the spot, but nothing is left in the areas the zone sweeps past. A 100% hit rate. Despite that, she looks relaxed, and her movements even look elegant. So beautiful. My school life would be different if I could date someone like her. Stop dreaming. She doesn't even look at any guys, no matter what family they are from. It's no surprise male students want to date her. She's a first-class noble and is perfect in every way. She's such an amazing person, why would she hang out with thugs? The speed test is over. You've attained level 9. Total time taken was 20 seconds. Amy, who just came out from the image zone, was staring right at Sharon. And naturally, other students followed her gaze and also turned to stare at Sharon. What was that? Amy, she just looked at the new student, didn't she? After hearing the whispers among the crowd, Amy hurriedly turned her gaze away. She felt like she was going crazy. God tilde damn it. I looked at him subconsciously. He bothers me so much that I can't take it anymore, though. And with this, I'm certain. Do the 2 of them know each other? No way. Didn't he just join the academy yesterday? I'm certain. He remembers. She remembers. No, I need to calm down. I'm the academy's best student and a model student. I can't have him spreading rumors about me, though. Do I need to shut him up? There's no way people would believe the words of a new student, would they? If I move too rashly, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Amy, what happened in the image zone? Your face is red. And nothing happened. After the demonstration, during practical lessons in individual classes. Class 7, you'll be practicing the defensive form first. The defensive form is something you should always practice. A mage needs to be able to focus even in a chaotic battlefield, after all. The trick is to feel like my mind is being squeezed. Compress the spirit zone, build the structure, form the frame and prevent the structure from collapsing. Oh, I think I just succeeded. But since it can't be seen physically, it can't be confirmed. It'd be easier if my spirit zone could be seen in the image zone. Instructor, can I try using the image zone? The image zone? Normally, the advanced class students should be using it first though. There's no need to care about others when I'm learning magic. Opportunities to improve one's skills don't always come by. No one's using it. Alright, there's no harm in experiencing it sooner. Whoa, new student. You're pretty courageous. He's so cute, Tilda. Oh, Amy, look at that. The new student is going into the image zone. Wait, what the hell is he doing? What can he do when he's just in class 7? Amy, why have you started acting strangely? At the sudden occurrence, class time turned into break time. However, Sharon was solely focused on what he was about to do. I'm finally meeting. As Sharon entered the spirit zone, his sphere began to swell rapidly. As soon as he saw it with his eyes, he stopped breathing. Overwhelmed by the image, Sharon unconsciously stopped expanding. What is with that size? Image zone diameter 13 meters. Come to think of it, did I tell them about the size of my spirit zone during the admission test? How big is it going to get? Sharon was taken aback. Just before he entered the image zone, the frame he had built was fine, but now it was bending like a Korean taffy. Stop, Tilda. Image zone diameter 20 meters. Is he really in class 7? Isn't 13 meters the average diameter for class 7? Could he have made his spirit zone big on purpose? If that were the case, the density would decrease and look like droplets, though. It barely stopped. That's good. It's like I was trying to attract attention. Now, the defensive form. What's wrong? The frame isn't forming, it's collapsing. It worked well when I was practicing, though. There's no way he'd do well in the first lesson. Is it because I got scared due to the image? No, this won't cause my concentration to drop. What's the difference between now and when I was outside of the image zone? Something's causing it. I see. Instructor Athela demonstrated with such ease, so I was mistaken. To change the form of the spirit zone, mental power must be consumed. That means intentionally maintaining the zone's size at a smaller size. Also consumes mental power. If making my spirit zone small is the problem, I'll just revert my spirit zone to its usual size. What? It's getting even bigger? It's huge. The numerical value shown on the scoresheet was 41 meters in diameter. How the hell does he have such a huge spirit zone? Alright, I need to be careful not to remove one side and fold it at the same time. Whoa, the new student really succeeded in the 4 forms on the first day. Wow, it's as if I'm within a jewel. Although he's a convergent type who's better at the defensive form, it's still amazing for him to succeed on the first day. I heard he surprised the instructors during the admission test. I guess it's true that the instructors are paying attention to him. What do you think, Amy? Haha, why did I forget it? He's the culprit who humiliated me. Seeing as how he's joined the academy, I'm sure someone is helping him. He'll catch up in terms of the class numbers soon, and his influence will grow as well. Change of plans. I need to approach him stealthily. He's especially gifted in the omnipotence, aspect. It's as if he spent his entire life training in the mountains. Teacher. The size shrunk by a lot. Ah, that is true. As the size decreases, the density will increase. With this level of density, most physical impacts will not be enough to break your spirit zone. In addition to that, this density will provide you with some level of resistance against mental attack magic. Very good work. You may now dissolve your spirit zone. Ah, thank you. Good job, new student. Congrats. Sharon was surprised by the cheers. Ah, why is everyone watching me? Sharon returned to being a shy boy and went back to his spot in the corner. Thank you. While I do acknowledge his insight for completing the defense form, considering he is a convergent type and has an unusually large spirit zone, he was destined to succeed in that form. I should still watch over him. There were an innumerable amount of gazes were on Sharon, but not all of them shared the same feelings. It seems like he'll climb to our class quickly. His talent is amazing. Competition, so impressive, on his first day too. Admiration and affection. Envy and jealousy. And finally, a slightly creepy stare. The next day, another set of eyes cast their peculiar gaze on Sharon. Wow, it's Teacher Sienna. Teacher, tell us about your first love. Ah, that person is the scary professor that was 6 present during the entrance exam. Sienna Oliver Sharon didn't know this, but she was actually the professor in charge of Class 5. But the reason why she went out of her way to make time to teach a class in Class 7. Professor Thad is so annoying. If you put talent like him in Class 5, he will find a way to catch up, one way or another. So that she could teach Sharon herself. I will quickly get you promoted, Sharon. As you should have been a student of my class. It looked like she was staring at me, but I'm probably overthinking. It's our first class, so can't you tell us a fun story? Is it true that you're going out with Professor Thad? As the students continued to be persistent, Sienna frowned. Then suddenly, an ice crystal with a diameter of 30 centimeters materialized. Is there anyone who can explain the theory behind this spell? What is cold air? And what is refrigeration? Teacher, I'm freezing. The fact that you're cold means that you lack energy. But the words, cold energy, do not exist in this world. Therefore, while temperature can increase indefinitely, it cannot decrease indefinitely. A state where the energy hits zero, we call that absolute zero. If we steal just a bit of the energy from this room, we can easily create things like this ice. But if we were to divide this up into tiny particles and create a convection current, what would happen? The answer is that we could create temperatures cold enough to kill a person, as you can probably tell from experience. Were we just about to die? Since that is the case, how does a mage absorb all that energy? How do they, without any tools or equipment, activate magic like that? The mage controls the world that is within the spirit zone. Then and while yes, it may be limited to a local area, but within it, the mage is a god. As you exert influence on the senses, be it creating light, smell, or a physical feeling. The mage's special senses give them the special ability to rule reality. Even with this godlike ability, what if they don't know what they are capable of? For a mage to activate magic, they have to fulfill certain conditions. And those conditions are omniscience, omniscience, and omnipotence. Omniscience means to know everything, and omnipotence means the power to be able to do everything. Both are considered abilities of gods. Mages activate magic using omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how omnipotent you are, without knowledge, you cannot activate magic. That is why mages, despite having excellent senses, study the world like scholars. So that's why I couldn't use any magic. I had no concept of omniscience, so I only trained my omnipotence. Everyone will be learning various subjects at this school. The spirit zone is but half of what makes magic. If you do not study hard, there is no way you will become a decent mage. Now, we will be starting our elementary chemistry lecture. Please take care of us. I can do it. I can become a mage. You're going to the library today, right? 100 I should. We have an exam coming up. And what's the topic of your research? There's something I need to invent first. After classes finish, the students typically either go to the library or participate in research groups. I'm in the library every single day. And even with all that, I'm barely able to keep up with the nobles during lectures. I'm so tired because of my decreased hours of sleep. But learning magic makes me feel light, since I'm accomplishing my dreams. I wonder if someone has created a spell to eliminate the need for sleep. Huh? Why is my body getting even light? Wait, what the hell? I'm flying? What in the world is going on? A person? The force pulling the back of his shirt was so strong that it was suffocating. After about 3 minutes, he arrived in a garden forest. As he slowed down, Shion, who was floating, fell on his butt. The mysterious person, who covered their face with a black mask, looked around anxiously. After checking that there were no people, they took off their mask. What? Sherwon's eyes widened. Amy Carmes? I did think I would encounter her someday, but I didn't think she would show up so suddenly like this. Is she really the same child from 5 years ago? That expression. So you do remember who I am, just as I suspected. What? Amy raised her hand as if realizing something from Sherwon's expression. As soon as she did so, fire magic erupted from her hand. Right, I should just take care of things right here. Sharon stared at the approaching flame without moving to avoid it. Unless one was a madman, one had to have a reason for committing a violent act. He did not find it probable for her to burn someone's face at school. Is he really that same kid from 5 years ago? Obviously I remember. At that time, you ordered the delinquents to forcibly remove my clothing. Stop. You sure do remember it well. That's not it, right? That's wrong. There is a very fundamental misunderstanding in your memories, you see? So you see, I'm not such a promiscuous woman. What? It was those gangsters that were trying to strip you naked on their own. I never made such an order. No, wait. I think I remember hearing that you wanted to see it? It was something along those lines. No. That isn't it either. Anyway, in the first place, I have no interest in men. No way. Did you kidnap me just to tell me that? Huh. Of course not. But why am I standing here making excuses? Was she just worried that I would spread rumors about her? It's awkward enough for both parties already. All you really needed to do was say you were sorry, no? What? I understand that it's a memory you wish to forget. After all, your grades are at the top of the intermediate class. You're even extremely popular, but you can't take back what has already happened. So instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and end things? I think that is the right thing to do. Apologize. Wait, get your shit together, Amy. This bastard's so slick with his words. He says the righteous thing to do to make his opposition feel embarrassed, and then schemes to exert his dominance. For him to dare and try to fight in a battle of wits against me, he must see me as a pushover. But during times like these, haha, apologize? Look here, you peasant. What do I gain from apologizing to you? What did you say? What I'm saying, let's say I did apologize to you. I have no reason to believe that you won't just accept that apology and then immediately betray me. Was there any such trust between us? If I were to simply apologize, that would be the same as admitting that I did something wrong in the past. Wouldn't that just end up with me being put in a disadvantageous position? Do you really need to gain something from making an apology? Apologies are the bare minimum of manners for the other party who you've hurt. It's not something you do to get any sort of tangible benefit. Ha ha ha. I see you have no idea on how the world works. Another attack using logic and righteousness. I see, Tilda. I'll turn the tables on you. Right here and right now. If I don't gain anything from it, there's no reason for me to put in any effort. To think you would just rant about things to appear nice. It seems that even if I leave you alone, you'll have a tough time surviving the Magic Academy. What in the world? It seems like her normal model student personality is just an act. Her wicked personality hasn't gone anywhere. Oh ho tilde, I can taste victory. Shall I add one more thing? 36. You do know what the scariest thing in this academy is, right? It's the upperclassmen. If you get singled out by an upperclassman, not only will all of the other upper-level students become your enemies, but even your fellow classmates will. And, well, if the fact that you're a commoner also gets out, your path to expulsion is quite clear. You're so afraid that I might spread rumors, that you'll even try to get me expelled? Not right away, of course. I'm just saying I'll wait and see. I'll just confirm how much of a trustworthy person you are. What do you mean by that? Bring me coffee every day. I'll see how trustworthy you are while you do my errands. What? Why should I? From what I heard, you got in through special admissions. For a commoner to come so far, it must have been very difficult. Wouldn't it be heartbreaking to get expelled? Fine. If I'm able to build up credibility with those shitty errands, I'll do it. Good choice. And be on your best behavior. After all, your future depends on it. Oh, and if you call a teacher, I'll make sure we both die. Amy laughed cheerfully and walked away. Yeah, I guess this is better than expulsion. Although I do feel it's unfair that I need to just do whatever she wants me to. It's already this tough from the start. The next day, first library. Hey, look over there. What, isn't he the new student? Oh my, here you go, Senior Amy. Your coffee. No way. Amy, how did this happen? Oh my, you sure did spill a lot of it. You're just leaving like that? We should quickly go and study. We have no time, Tilda. What the hell is this? As though he must have confessed to Amy. 35, but she just left him there without saying anything? Don't you so pitiful? Don't you think the new student has an interest in you? It's not like that. I'm just educating my junior. It's not like he's the only one that does this. Exhilarating. How does it taste? The humiliation the great Amy, have bestowed upon you? With this, you've been demoted to the usual lower classman who has a one-sided crush on me. Amy Carmes is a pervert and a delinquent. Now he wants revenge because he was rejected. From now on, no matter what you say, people won't believe it. Is there anything as sweet as vengeance? It's like all my worries from the past 5 years have disappeared. This is the best. This is just bullying. What the hell did I even do to her? If I get stuck on these negative thoughts, I'll be the only one who loses out. There's no trust? Since I have to do this anyway, I'll do it perfectly. Your experience and feelings on something depend on how you think about it. And from then on, 10 days later, he came. He came again today. The Magic Academy's pure-hearted romantic. For 10 days straight. You've confessed for 10 days straight without skipping a day? Amy and Sorrel were waiting for Sharon together in front of the library. The area around them was crowded with students who were curious to see the extraordinary sight. I see the number of spectators has grown, Tilda. If there are this many people, everyone should know by now. Shall I slowly bring this to a close? Ammon, when are you planning to accept Sharon? What are you saying, Sorrel? Why would I accept him? Have you forgotten who I am? The rumors are rampant. Honestly speaking, you've never even given the other boys a glance. And yet you always accept Sharon's coffee. Everyone is ready and waiting for the birth of the legendary couple. What the fuck? Senior, your coffee. When Sharon handed Amy the bread and coffee, people cheered. They were deeply moved by him, who spent much effort not to spill a drop of coffee for the woman he loved. Accept him. Accept him. I didn't even spill a drop this time around, right? I wish she'd hurry up and take this shit. Are you fucking with me? So annoying. Really. As Amy swung her hand, the student's eyes grew bigger. K tilde. Amy? Did you think that if you kept bringing me things like this, my heart would be swayed? As a student, you should be studying. You should stop chasing after girls from now on. Stop bringing me coffee. In fact, stop bringing me anything. Sorry, I apologize in her stead. Hey, Amy, why are you like this? What are you going to do if weird rumors start popping up? No, why would I care? It seems as if he has nothing to do. And it'll all be over if I just advance into the advanced class. I knew she was a cold-hearted one, but to that extent? Let's report her for littering coffee. He's so pitiful, Sharon. Really, I don't need to do this anymore. Oh no, he must have taken emotional damage. That's so sad. Sharon was so happy he felt lighter as he came down the library stairs. The 10 days of torture were over. Honestly, he didn't think things would end so soon. Starting tomorrow, he could go straight to the library without wasting time. That evening, first library. I did all that to try and prevent the new student from making any weird rumors. But I ended up being the one who created them instead. It should be enough that I ended things before the rumors grew more rampant. But that's not what's important. The red eye of Karmis, the academic naming of it is perfect self-memory. When activated, the ability allows the user to perfectly remember the state they were in during a specific event or time. Senior, your coffee. For the past 10 days, Amy had been saving all of the images of Sharon completing his coffee deliveries. On the first day, his reactions were funny and it was actually quite fun for Amy. But the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day, the seventh day, the eighth day, the ninth day, the 10th day. On the other 9 days, the punk's eyes didn't even flinch a single time. In fact, even his irises didn't even move. What could this possibly mean? No matter how much you try to hide your inner feelings, you can never truly hide that glint in your eyes. LOL, after all, you can't control your automatic nervous system. But if that were possible, that would mean he can control his emotions like a machine. Or, he was being completely sincere. Oh, Amy, are you going already? Yeah, I'm a little exhausted today. If you're going to go, I'll go too. No, there's no need for you to go so far because of me. I can go alone. Just as I thought, not receiving Sharon's coffee was on your mind, right? I said, it's not like that. If there is anything you want to let out, let me know, alright? I got it, thanks. Arg, I'm so exhausted. Since it didn't go as planned, my mind is a mess. I should get some rest. I see you ended early, Amy. This guy is Jake Ardius? I thought that I would have to wait until midnight. Why would you wait for me? Do you really have so little to do? Don't be like that. I heard the rumors. I heard a poor kid named Sharon is sticking to you? No way. Did you come chasing after me just to make fun of me about it? Arg, my head hurts. How could that be? Here, take this. It's the highest quality civet coffee that you can't get anywhere in the academy. The renowned Amy should be receiving at least this much. What are you doing? As you can see, I'm courting you. Rather than that poor kid, someone like me who will succeed my father as the Royal Financial Executive Officer is a much more fitting man for you, no? Ha, I'm not in the mood to play along with your disgusting jokes. And were we even close enough to have a conversation like this? The research group has constantly been trying to knock me down a peg. Did you think I wouldn't know? Wait a minute, I think there's been a misunderstanding. No matter what you may think, your tone of voice is a bit problematic, no? Disrespecting me is the same as disrespecting my household. An attitude that looks down on the honor of my household is something I can't accept. You agree as well, no? Since you're from the famous Karmis. Fucking pathetic bitch. What? Are you unable to think straight just because you have a tiny bit of popularity at this school? You're an impotent little shit who can't do anything without the backing of your household. Someone like you, who makes a weird-ass research group just to bully other children, speaks of honor? Jake felt his blood start to boil. His hours of effort in waiting for Amy were slighted like this. Ha, you little. You may act cocky cause you're a first class, but who among the Karmases has any authority? Your name may be at the top, but you've got no power to back it. With the power of my household, we can kill off a household at the Karmases level with just money. How is it? Do you finally understand? Ah, Tilda, now I get it. That's right, only cowards have eyes like yours. Unlike sure ones, your eyes look like a dead fish's. What? Are you saying that I'm worse than that poor kid? Aha, that's it. I got the order wrong. I should have eliminated the obstacle in the way first before trying to woo you. That sort of bastard. I can make sure that he won't be able to use magic within a day. I'll show you how impressive I. Amy smacked away Jake's mug. Expensive coffee splashed all over the wall, while the mug crashed down the stairs and shattered into pieces. You cocky ass bitch. Just because you look a little. He closed his mouth shut and cowered in fear. Amy had already entered the spirit zone. Most likely in the target form of the four-way formation. WHO, will you? Do what to? She can form a four-way formation this quickly? Are you crazy? Don't you know that using magic here is a violation of the Academy's policies? Ha ha ha. A mere small fry like you will do what? Oh, at the very least, Sharon isn't a little shit like you who only relies on their household. He's someone who can take responsibility for what he does. I bet within half a year, you won't even be able to measure up to his toes. On this bitch. She's filled up the area with oxygen. The moment I try to enter my spirit zone, she will instantly set me aflame. There is no way I can face off against the first place of the intermediate class. But I will definitely get my revenge for this humiliation. Just you wait. Ha! Why did I do that? It's been a while since I've been so agitated. Because he threatened him? Because I was scared about being revealed? If I'm able to build up credibility with those errands, I'll do it. Ah fuck, he probably won't be showing up starting tomorrow. Well, at least my head feels cleared up. We have kidnapped Sharon. Before we make sure he can no longer function as a male, come to the 14th training field by 6 p.m. If you tell the teachers, we will make sure that you regret it for your entire life. So you're telling me Senior Amy went there to save me? 30 minutes ago. Hey, Senior, are you still well? How dare you talk to me? I'm pretty sure I told you to get lost. Haha, I think it'd be best for you to stop acting arrogant. This is the reason why he's still a class 5. The boss wants to see you. Ignore people like him. He said that if I relayed the message like this, you'd listen. Say yes to the invitation if you don't want your man to be destroyed. What are you talking about? Gross. Let's hurry and go to the library. Huh? Amy. Amy frowned and read the note. Sharon was kidnapped? It's him. Jake. That bastard. She crumpled the note immediately. Whatever. Amy, whose anger soared to her head, threw the note to the floor. Sorrel picked up the note. Her hands trembled after reading the contents. I have nothing to do with him. I'm just the messenger. The guy, who successfully completed his mission, put on a nasty smile and walked away. The Black Magician? Aren't they the bad circle? They're bullies who pick on and bully good students. So why did they kidnap Sharon? How does it relate to you? Because I couldn't hold back and retaliated that night. Let's tell the professor. It's not just Sharon, you'll also be in danger. The professor, that's the right thing to do, but the problem isn't that simple. If the Council of Professors interfere, in the process of finding out the truth, Sharon and I will need to explain our relationship, and my past will be revealed. If it comes to that, they will find out that he's a commoner. If this incident grows, rumors will spread throughout the academy, and Sherwon's school life may come to an end. She was sure because she knew how the nobles felt towards anyone not of nobility. Zuriel, I'll be going alone. If I don't come back by 7, tell the profes soar. What? Why? What are you going to do by going there alone? You don't even know how many of them there'll be. Sorry, but I have my reasons. And don't worry, even if there are 10 bastards like Jake, they are nothing on me. So, Senior Amy went to go save me? No way. A wicked person like her? Then you're saying she went alone, right? But what are we doing here then? Amy said she had her reasons why she couldn't just ignore this. It's the first time she has asked for a favor like this. She told me to wait until 7. An unavoidable situation. An hour buffer for assurance. The reason why she didn't want to tell the professor is to keep our secrets. Our secrets are intertwined. That means in the end, she went by herself in order to keep my secret safe? I also have to go. Senior, please wait until the promised time. Wait. The 14th training hall is towards the mountain. Will I be able to make it on time? Huh? If you just run, when are you ever going to get there? It'd be better for me to come with you. We'll photonize. Hold tight. What's that? Sorel, who was holding Sharon, started teleporting away to the mountain, flashing at intervals of 10 meters each time. What? Who's using magic? The students looked up as they heard the popping noises coming from the sound waves. Wow, it'd be dangerous to hit a tree when teleporting, so let's fly from here. There was no time to prepare myself mentally. Blah. Amy, where are you? There's no one here. That's strange. We came here 10 minutes earlier than the promised time. I think they changed the location. Since the location on the paper got revealed, they probably took into account the teachers being notified. Then what about Amy? Their plan is quite meticulous. This isn't the time to be worrying about my identity being exposed. We might be in much more danger than we originally thought. Senior, please go back and tell the professor everything. You'll be faster since you'll be going back alone. But Amy said she had her reasons and told me to wait until 7, it's okay. The reason is because of me. If I help, nothing will happen. So please, go quickly. What? The important reason was you. What's your relationship? Is the rumor about the two of you secretly dating true? What's the truth that I don't know about Tilda? There's no time. The more time passes, the more dangerous it'll get. I got it. It's dangerous for you, so wait here. Mountains are something I'm used to. His spirit zone was expanded as much as possible to check for any traces of Amy. I might be able to find a trace. I found it. There are footprints. Footprints that were made by 2 people not too long ago. However, it stops halfway. Did they fly? A disjointed sound? Don't tell me. Something happened. Oh, my hand slipped? I almost hit you with the vibrant fireworks I've been saving for your grand entrance, Amy. Black smoke rose from Amy's face. 5 people fell from the sky, circling Amy. Among them was Jake, the leader of Black Magician. Mistress Amy actually showed up Tilda to reel in such a big fish, as expected of boss. Guys, she's a precious guest, so we should mind our manners. It seems there are way too many children with nothing better to do with their lives. Did you actually show up alone? Is that punk really so precious to you to the point you would innocently follow the directions? There's no need to burn down the entire house just to catch a couple of rats. How cocky. But with the number of peering eyes, you won't be able to do as you wish. This time, I didn't come here without a plan, you see. I give no shits about your plans whatsoever. Where's Sharon? Ha 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 ha. Ka ha 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 ha. That punk is probably licking books in the library or something. He doesn't even have an idea as to what his girl will be experiencing soon. Oh book, I love you. Lick, lick, ha 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 ha. Why should we care where that punk is? All of us here only care about you. Kakeke, all of them are going crazy. They want payback for what you've done to them. Of course, last night, you did something that made me quite unhappy. I'll properly pay you back as well, so be prepared. Ha! From since Sharon isn't here, this just got simpler. Just as you said, with so many of you watching, things may become troublesome. But doesn't that just mean I need to eliminate you people? What? Jake was shocked about what she just spoke. No. No way. He launched an attack on the people behind her. Ah, hot. This crazy bitch. If she really shot it out. Get your shit straight and put out the fire. The target form is weak against larger numbers. Move around quickly, but maintain your positions. They couldn't avoid her attacks. UWAAAA. Then she cast consecutive fire strikes. Who said you could do that? Amy quickly rotated her spirit zone to aim at the target. And using the special skill. Wait, you said it was the target form. How is her rotation speed so fast? The fuck is this? It's completely different from what I saw at the training grounds. Does she have actual battle experience or something? But no matter the technique, there has to be a weakness. To go against the target form, which involves horizontal rotation, I need to attack from the vertical axis. When he cast the magic he was most confident in, Windcutter, a sharp wind slashed through the air. Amy didn't sense the magic approach. The cross-shaped target form could dramatically increase the range, but it was bound to be weak in defense compared to the sphere form. In particular, the cross-shaped target form was weak to air magic. Amy sensed Windcutter penetrating her spirit zone and immediately moved her body. However, by the time she moved, it was already less than a meter away. Moment Black Magician was about to celebrate in delight. Her body twisted so quickly that she could not be seen. The Windcutter brushed past her red hair, freaking out Jake. It's called schema, you dumb bastard. Amy raised the cross-shaped target form at an angle. Seeing this, Jake hurriedly tried to flee, but her targeting speed was the best in the intermediate class. Fire strike. A fireball the size of a cannonball was fired. Thinking it was impossible to avoid, Jake wrapped himself in an airsuit, a higher-level air-type magic. Fuck this shit. UWAA. Jake, who was hit by the fire strike, crashed to the ground with a loud bang. You fucking bitch. So this is why your grades are so garbage. It's because you're wasting your time doing pointless shit like this. Don't look down on me. What are you doing? There is no use in struggling. I'm not letting you go that. Then Amy's face paled. It was a strange sensation that she had never encountered before. Something had entered her mind and was messing with it. What the hell is this? Something had entered her mind and was messing with it. Push harder. It took forever to catch her. Checkmate. You crazy wildcat. If you don't dispel your spirit zone, you'll probably go insane. What you're currently experiencing is anti-magic. This crazy fuck. You dare to cheat using forbidden magic? Damn it, not even Red Eye can help me recover. With a victor's smile on his face, Jake cast air chain. Chains made of air wrapped around Amy's limbs and lifted her up. Muaha ha ha ha. I've finally caught you, you fucking bitch. How are you? Don't you feel like accepting my proposal from yesterday now? I feel it'd be in your best interest to answer carefully. Right now, I have the urge to commit a crime, you see. I'm warning you now, if you actually mess with me, I will kill you. I can't get loose. Is it too much for schema to handle? I did stop training it at the age of 12, shit. I need to find a way. Haha, really? It seems you don't understand just what kind of situation you're in. Ah, right. You're just tired of men, right? I'll help you. If I mark up your face, I'm sure the guys will stop clinging to you. Jake's eyes were filled with hatred. Even in this situation, her attitude of not swallowing her pride was pissing him off. The hand that held the knife trembled as if it was about to stab something. Ha 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 ha. Yes. This is what I wanted from the beginning. You should have been trembling in fear like this from the start. Beg for another chance. Beg. Say it. Kakeke. Damn it, my strength is leaving me. Ah, so this is how he felt. A sudden shout made the black magician jump. Stop. Seeing Sharon, who was huffing with a clenched fist, Amy opened her eyes wide. You heinous punks. Jake also turned around with a startled expression, as if he didn't expect him to actually face them. That guy is. For the first time in his life, Sharon felt an intense wrath bubble up inside him. Then he picked up a tree branch from the ground. What? You're alone? Ha. Ha ha ha. The prince has arrived. Nana. Oh, prince, whatever will you do with you, idiot? Why would you come here alone? Amy shouted. Alone? Even if they outnumbered her, to think they would be able to suppress the person ranked first among the intermediate class students. How? Anyway, Senior Sorrel should have called over the teachers by now. I just need to buy some time. I've beaten even Ryan with my swordsmanship. I can do this. Let go of Senior Amy this instant. You crazy? If we let her go, won't the two of you just attack us together? That punk, is he just running towards us? No one moved when Sharon came running. Rather, they smiled tauntingly, as if wanting for him to come closer. Kakeke, guys, open up, something's off. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was too late. Sharon's mind shook as if he had been hit on the head with a hammer. Kahahahaha, as expected of the prince. He wasn't a disappointment. What were you going to do to a mage with that thing? Get rid of your spirit zone immediately. It's anti-magic. Anti-magic. This is? You could end up being unable to use magic for the rest of your life. Get rid of your spirit zone. You can go insane. Can you hear me? My senses. It feels like they're drifting away. My consciousness. Feels like it's shattering. Mages need to be able to sustain their focus in order to stay alive in chaotic battlefields. The defense form is a form that prevents the spirit zone from collapsing against most attempts at disruption. Even under most physical impacts, it will not collapse. It will also have an effect on most mental attack magics. Both anti-magic and the spirit zone are but waves at the end of the day. If I just raise the density of my spirit zone to the point it can't pierce through. Responding to his strong will, his spirit zone gradually began to change into the defensive form of the four-way formation. This time, it was the black magician's turn to be dismayed. Casting anti-magic was not an easy feat, but maintaining it against a strong force was even harder. They felt as if they were being crushed by a boulder. What? Is he trying to endure through it? Is he trying to act like he's a top student? You're just a new student. Increase the output. Give up, you idiot. There's too many of them. There's a limit to trying to. What? What the fuck is that? Sharon extended his spirit zone to the max. It was shaking precariously like dew on a leaf, but he continued to press on. I need more frames. What the fuck is he doing? It's just reflecting off of him. Don't be scared. Your emotions are interfering with the waves. You want to be hit by anti-magic? You will don't come any closer. No. 5 who cast the anti-magic collapsed, screaming. They felt as if they were being crushed by something. They couldn't even lift a finger and were bleeding from the nose. What the fuck is going on? Since I can't use my spirit zone, I have no idea what is going on. The spirit zone. I can enter it now. The anti-magic is gone. Amy burned the air chain with fire magic and landed on the floor. Through her own spirit zone, Amy could feel the shape Sharon's spirit zone was in. It was extremely cold, hard, and heavy. No way. To think such a cold and solid spirit zone could exist. I can feel something wiggling under my feet. It's as if I'm stepping on a tiny worm. This makes no fucking sense. Are you kidding me? We had 6 people on our side. How could we suffer such a loss against a puny guy like him? Yeah? That fucker. He must be a student specialized in anti-magic. That must be why he was able to come to the school under a special recommendation. You think you can win against me in magic combat? This is a big problem. Jake called forth wind between his palms and pressed them down to compress. Then the air began to rotate in the form of a disc. It was windcutter, a magic that could easily cut through tree trunks. I don't know how to use any magic. Haha, what should I cut? Just as Jake was about release the windcutter, someone grabbed his shoulder from behind and turned him around. The person touched his body at the same time Jake sensed their approach through synesthesia. The speed at which the person moved was inhuman. Amy's face appeared right in front of him with eyes glowing red. As her fist smacked his chin, the scenery in front of him shook. It's over, you fucker. Senior, calm down. What were you going to do to me? Say it again. Say that shit to me again, you fucking bastard. If you keep using schema like that, he'll really die Tilda. Yuwa, please. Are you alright? Senior. Wake up, Senior. I don't think she lost consciousness. Did she collapse of exhaustion? Thanks, Senior. I heard you came here to save me. Ahem. I feel refreshed. Amy bounced up, ramming Sherwon's lower abdomen with her butt. Oh, right. How do you have the guts to come here and fight when you are so weak? As expected, she has no positive traits to look at. Ahem. Anyway, let's dip quickly. If we get caught by the teachers, things will get troublesome. Senior Sorrel probably already reported it to the teachers. I told her to do it. What? I already told Sorrel not to. Why? What else should we have done? It was an urgent situation. It's because you don't know how things go around here. Things become complicated when the school gets involved. Mages can only get over something once they understand it logically. They never let things slide. Do you want our secret to be revealed as well? Is that the issue here? We almost died and barely made it out. Arg, just run for now. We can think about the consequences later. We're running? A shrill fricative sound was heard from the sky. Sharon looked up, but the other two knew without looking. It was a noise unique to spatial warp, an upper level of teleportation magic. Please. Please let it be some elderly, easygoing teacher who will let things slide. Sienna of the Ice less than certification. Grade 6 greater than Thad of the Flames less than certification. Grade 6 greater than I'm fucked. It's the two most hot-blooded instructors in the school. Amy, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? What's wrong with your head? Arg, it's nothing. How did you get here so quickly? That's the fire sun spell. I heard it was an extremely difficult magic to use. What is all this? Thad approached Amy with a tearful face. Amy, how could such an excellent child like you end up in such a situation? Are you hurt anywhere? Huh? Sharon, we came after we heard that you two were the ones who were in danger. Could you explain the situation to us? That is. I can. I believe I can explain everything to you. At Jake's words, the instructors turned their heads. The person who was responsible for the incident said he would explain it. It was questionable whether something went wrong in his brain after being punched so hard numerous times. But this was also part of Jake's calculations. To speak truthfully, because of a personal grudge, I requested a duel. It's something that happens quite often due to our youthful age. Ha ha ha, a duel? I heard they received a letter containing threats. Also, I saw you use anti-magic. You won't claim you don't know the rules of the school, right? That is, because Amy was too strong. That was our only countermeasure. But look, it was actually us who suffered the most. Not to mention, it was Amy who broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That was why I requested a duel. I was enraged. Don't you find it odd that she didn't immediately report to the teachers? What bullshit are you spouting? You were the one who threatened me first in the library. And this time, you wrote that you kidnapped Shiro, but did we actually kidnap him? Even today, you attacked us first. Also, seeing as how Sharon didn't report the incident to the teachers immediately and instead rushed over here, means those two are hiding something. Do you get it now, teachers? The culprits are those two. You little bitch. Now why don't you reveal the truth, huh? Now, do you understand? The scariness of Black Magician? I'm planning on expanding the scale of this situation. No matter how much money it costs, it doesn't matter. After I dig up that precious secret of yours. Local newspapers, the national agencies, and even the church will know of it. I'll spread the rumors everywhere. Stop with the bullshit, Jake. You and your friends used anti-magic. You guys even went beyond the basic uses of anti-magic. You used it as a way to attack. You knew Amy or Sherwon's mind could have shattered. In fact, they could have even lost their minds. I see this as more than enough grounds for expulsion. Ha. Ha ha ha. A mere instructor has the power to expel me? Teacher, the Artius House is basically the lifeline of the entire academy. Without their sponsorship, isn't it our role as instructors to guide our students to the correct path? If you can't even do that, then this academy would be better off without you. Ha ha ha. Fine. Let's see if I'll be forced to leave or if you'll be forced to leave. The world is all about money. Money. In front of money, everyone is forced to bow their heads. You should also take this chance to learn more about the world, teacher. Ha ha ha. Before that, it seems like there's something else you should learn. At that moment, Sienna raised her hand. Jake looked around at the ground around his feet in bewilderment. The moment he felt his surroundings get chilly, cold air whirled above ground in a vortex. Kya! Ack! How did the situation come to this? Teacher, you can't just kill a student. Arg! The whirlwind of frost descended and trapped Jake. Hundreds of icicles revealed themselves as the air froze over. Impressive. She didn't touch even a bit of his clothing. That means she has control over even the most minute parts of the spell. So that's the reason why she was called a genius of ice magic. Jake, do you actually think that you can achieve anything with money? Don't spout bullshit and remove this immediately. The ice tornado shattered into pieces when Sienna flicked her finger. The ice shards smacked Jake in the face with no remorse. We already know that you've hurt a lot of other students. But the academy has been holding back on punishing you for your misconduct. It's because of my household's money. Don't be mistaken. The school isn't a place that teaches you in return for money. Rather, we teach you something you cannot buy with money. What the hell is that? It's what you dream of becoming. Don't you want to become a mage? You studied together to become mages. Isn't that why you've come so far? Do you really want to kick aside such a precious space with your own feet? Teacher, I'm sorry. The thing that's most important to you. Jake and the members of Black Magician repented for their wrongdoings and dreamt of becoming mages again. But that was a story for much later on. As of right now, after their injuries were treated, they had to pay the price of their sins in the punishment room. Aack, it hurts. Go easy on me. Stop making a fuss. It's only a scratch. And in the end, the inevitable still arrived. Sharon, why didn't you notify us immediately? If something like that happened, you should have reported it to a teacher first. But instead, you went to go save an upperclassman, who is in a much higher class than you, alone. And that is something that we just can't accept as an explanation. I understand. I'll answer honestly. Right, it wasn't like we could hide this forever. Although I don't know who the headmaster revealed it to. Actually, Sharon is. My identity is. My boyfriend. What? The unexpected answer shook the room. Help us, please. Anyone. Is there anyone there? Help me. Ha ha ha. We're in the middle of a mountain. Will there be anyone here to save you? This wouldn't have happened if you just accepted our feelings. Who are you? He's behind us. I'm here, Amy. Sharon. Amy. Sharon. Amy. Kya. Amazing. Really? That's so romantic, Tilda. Of course, Tilda, it really happened. I saw it happen myself. Suriel? Just what rumor are you spreading right now, WW? Suriel, do you want to die? I'm so jealous. You didn't even see anything. He, Tilda, do I have to see it? You said you were dating, then wouldn't the two of you have kissed, Tilda? It turned out great either way. Thanks to that, the annoying male students won't bother you anymore. That's true. It did turn out good. A few days before the day of the incident. That's a lie, right? The Amy I know isn't interested in dating, right? And Sharon is a freshman who just started attending the academy. To be honest, I met Sharon when I was young. To think we would meet again here. You can call it fate. Right, Tilda? Sharon? What about the after effects? Yes, that's right. Ha ha ha. If that's the reason, that explains why he went to save her. Pretending to date is better than our past getting revealed. I knew it was strange from the beginning. Ah, seriously, Tilda? Amy's a dummy, a dummy. Today's a combined class? We can see Sharon. Are you going to see him after class today? Eat dinner together and then a library date? We're just going to focus on studying, as usual. What? Huh, that's boring. Haha. There's so much to do, so I can't waste my time on pretending to date. Sharon is also doing well, living his school life normally. He's doing very well. No. I really don't like this. Second advanced class combined training hall, Sharon, Tilda. Over here. Hello, seniors. Hi? How are you feeling today? Did you miss Amy? Haha, senior, seriously. That's what I'm talking about. That right there. I'm acting like we are dating, but his attitude. It's like he's keeping me at arm's length. How dare he do that to me? Just talk to us comfortably when it's just us. It's a little amusing that we're addressing each other formally even though we know each other. Oh my, it's my first time hearing Amy say something like that. Is this the power of love when we're in a relationship? No, it's all right. You are my senior, after all. I'll be heading into class now. Huh? Yeah, okay, Amy. What's going on? Huh, good for them. They really wanted to show it off, huh? Dating when it's time for class. He doesn't even have any skills. I guess he got in here with his looks. He's spending his time dating instead of studying. That's why he can't use any magic. 2 days ago, the gossip gradually started to spread. 2 days ago, Class 7's classroom. Guys, did you hear? The big news about senior Amy dating a freshman? Of course I did. Apparently, they revealed it in front of the professors. No way. Senior Amy is mine, though. Someone like you? Yeah, right. Let's cry together. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I'm jealous, Tilda, for the 2 students who are receiving attention right now to be a couple. I called dibs on the freshmen, though. It seems like the people of the same feather flock together. I know, right. I guess we should congratulate them, Tilda equals. But isn't something a little strange? Huh? What do you mean? About that freshman? Look at this. What? The first midterm evaluation scores? What is it? Huh? What? Sure, one's the last in his class. 30 points in all subjects. Wasn't he an honor student? Come to think of it, he doesn't know how to cast any magic. What's going on? Isn't it obvious that he was admitted under special considerations? He trusted and used his family, came here, and personally spread rumors that he's a genius because he wanted to get a girl from a good family. Ah, Tilda, the world's so unfair. A son of a wealthy family, who played around for most of his life, came to the academy and got a girlfriend. Does that mean he got in through connections? Now that I think about it, isn't it really suspicious? The rest of us are working so hard for our future. I can't ever forgive him. Why is the academy being negligent about something so unfair? Something is strange. I'm sure of it, it was so loud before. The next class. Their jealousy was up to their eyebrows. It was much worse than Sharon had expected. I didn't even need to ask what the reason was. They were talking loudly, as if they wanted me to overhear their conversations. Because of me, Amy might get affected. Practical time for spirit zones for every class. Under the instruction of Athela, students began to gather to train their four-way formation, but Sharon couldn't mingle with them. Why is he practicing here? It's touching mine. I am so annoyed. His spirit zone is uselessly big. In the early days, he inadvertently displayed his spirit zone and suffered a setback. The students avoided Sharon's spirit zone, which was transmitted through synesthesia, as if it were a bag of filth. As Sharon struggled, Athela came up to him personally. Sharon? Is it going well? Professor Athela. Asauruscans.com. The deviate form is difficult. When I try to detach my spirit zone from my body, it feels like my consciousness is leaving my body too. It should. Your convergent type spirit zone follows nature's logic and your mind is in the shape of a circle. That means your spirit zone doesn't suit the deviate form, which requires artificial manipulation. I see. How about the other forms? The other forms? I don't think I have a problem with them. Good. Then shall we get you to demonstrate it in the image zone? Pardon? Right now. If you're not in the best condition right now, you can do it next time. You're the only student in class 7 who can do the 4 forms. I want the others to see them. He's a student who wanted to use the image zone from the first day. Is he cautious of the other students? They're at an age when their emotions are quite sensitive. However, those who believe in themselves won't be affected by that. I'll try. Please give me your feedback. Huh? It seems like he's going to do it again. Class 7. It's probably because he wants to look good to his girlfriend. Yeah, since that's the only thing he's good at. Let's have a look at each of them together. Please show us the 4 forms one at a time. Yes. Skillfully switching between the 4 forms is one of the provisions to advance. If I can advance a little earlier by being successful, I can correct this situation by staying away from class 7. First, the defensive form. It's stronger than when we faced Dark Magician. Wow, there are faces? His defensive form is top class. With such a spirit zone, it's no exaggeration to say that he's armored up. Sharon shifted to the attack form of the 4-way formation. Instead of the size of his zone being reduced, it stayed the same, with the only difference being numerous, dangerous-looking thorns emerging. He's a student with a very good foundation. He can switch forms faster than those in class 6. There won't be a problem if I advance him to a higher class. And lastly, the deviate form. I've never been successful, so it's a little burdensome to show it, but in order to get feedback from the professor, I need to show her that I failed. Oh, is he planning on doing the deviate form? You need to be at least a class 5 student to do that. The deviate form? No way. The key point is, you need to make your zone smaller, and before it gets destroyed, you need to move the center of it. It's the same as what happened when I practiced. When the zone is close to my body, I can move the center. But as the zone gets further away from my body, it feels like my consciousness is getting pulled out along with it. One more time. Nana, what is he doing right now? You said you were a genius? Acting all cocky. What a sight to see. Is he stupid or what? So embarrassing. And you call that the 4 forms? Why is he doing that? He did well up until now. Sharon's spirit zone? Why is it fluctuating that much? Is he being affected by all the attention he's getting? Don't tell me that this is enough to shake him. Did something happen recently? Why do humans enjoy others' failures? No, does that mean everyone wants me to fail? As expected, I don't fit in here. Hey, you're thinking about too many useless things. Stop hesitating. If you want to do something, just do it. You came here to become a mage, didn't you? Who? No, Wait, just what was I thinking about? I came here to become a mage. Will it break away first or get destroyed first? He resisted against the anti-magic with just the defensive form. Huh. Anti-magic is dangerous magic that even a specialist needs an artifact to use. It's as dangerous as it is difficult. It's most likely that those students did not use proper anti-magic, but to win against 6 of them. It means that Sherwon's mentality is stronger than those 6 combined. Is it because of his talent? Oh, Professor Sienna. For Sharon. Successfully used the deviant form. Yes, yesterday. It has only been a month since he started learning the 4 forms. The detached spirit zone was able to function properly before it vanished. It lasted around 4 seconds. That's amazing. I knew my perception was correct. So in order to stimulate the student's will, I would like to request something of you. Haha, I think we're thinking about the same thing. A few days later, Class 7 Chemistry class. And that's the end of today's lesson. Wow, I am getting excited. The reason why I finished the class early is because I have something special to announce. Student Sharon, please stand up from your seat. Pardon? It has been decided that Student Sharon has advanced to Class 5. You will be joining Class 5 from tomorrow. Please adjust yourself to their timetable. Do you hear that? He skipped 2 classes. Impossible. It takes 2 years to advance to the next class. Just what family is supporting him for him to skip 2 classes? I would like everyone to further devote yourselves to your studies. That is all. Please wait. I have an objection. I think it's very rare to skip 2 classes. More importantly, how can a student who doesn't know any magic commands advance? Doesn't know any magic? Professor Athela didn't say that at all. Is that true, Sharon? His classmates looked back at Sharon. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "You can't, right? Say that you can't." Yes, I can't perform any magic. How unexpected. One can learn basic magic if they are curious about it. However, Class 6 doesn't have a magic evaluation. I don't think there is an issue with the advancement. I will never acknowledge this. This is obvious discrimination. Professor, didn't you say that a spirit zone isn't everything in magic? Is Sharon good at anything except his spirit zone? I will acknowledge this if he can use any magic. That's right. I'm confident that I can beat Sharon with my grades. Sharon can't even follow the theory lessons properly. If he's going to advance, we're going to request a hearing with the Student Association. Oh no, there was something else I didn't know of. I understand everyone's thoughts. It seems like I was quite careless with this. I will announce it again after having an official staff meeting. To think the other students were that angry. I don't think that was a simple objection of unfairness. There is likely an emotional issue too. Professor Sienna. A female student named Maria came to see Sienna. What's wrong, Maria? I have something to tell you about what happened earlier. It began 1 week ago. First, we ignored him completely, but starting a few days ago, we started to blatantly gossip about him. We even started interfering with his studying. I saw everything. I saw him spreading bad rumors about Sharon and inciting everything. This sort of bullying is too unfair. So that's what happened. Sienna grasped the full extent of the situation. One student was being ostracized by a group. Without fair competition, there was no reason for this academy to exist. Thank you, Maria. You can leave it to me, your teacher, now. In the book titled, The Grand Scholars Talk, the physiologist Torkelin said something that was insightful. Torkelin. It is best for people to sleep at least 6 hours a day. Though, I only slept 4 hours a day during my time as a student. Doesn't that mean your claim is incorrect? Sir Torkelin was able to become a brilliant scholar despite only sleeping 4 hours. Look here, people in their teenage years are not human. They are superhuman. Whether or not they sleep, no matter what they do, it will not affect them. It's already this late? He gathered his books and prepared to leave. Young master, once you enter the Magic Academy, numerous nobles will not look at you in a favorable light. Even then, you must endure, and continue to do so. If you can endure to the end, your goal will be in sight. I will definitely achieve it, for the people who've put their trust in me. No matter who may stand in my way, I will become a mage. Knock this late at night. Who could it be? Could it be those kids? Sharon, are you free at moment? Sharon hurriedly opened the door. It was really Ms. Sienna. Teacher Sienna? May I come in? Ah, yes. Would you like some tea? No, it's all right. I wanted to ask you about this earlier, but you weren't in your room. I'm sorry for bothering you so late into the night. Oh ho, so it was like this. When I first saw Sharon's grades, I thought that something was off. Although his grades are low, his scores across all subjects are identical. It seems like he's trying to increase his knowledge in all fields in one go. Rather than get immediate results, he's studying for the future. It isn't that he's unable to learn magic, it's more apt to say he's purposefully not learning it. But why is he doing this now? Could it be that he didn't receive an education when he was young? I'm feeling a bit embarrassed. Maybe it's because it isn't class time? During class, he would stare straight at my face with focus. But it seems he's actually the shy type. Is your school life difficult? Yes, but it's fun. And studying is very enjoyable. I hear that your classmates have been bullying you. It's all right. You don't need to worry about me. You can tell me honestly. It's not something you should be embarrassed about. I'm really all right. Although, it's a bit unfortunate that I can't make any friends. There's nothing I can do about their hate for me. Aren't you resentful of your classmates? Of course, I am still human. And while I do wish I had a good relationship with them, I don't want to obsess with relationships to the point that I begin denying myself. Even if all of Class 7 says that I'm wrong, if you think about it, that's only 40 people. I believe that somewhere in the world, there exists somebody who can understand me. I understand what you're saying, Sharon. I will keep that in mind during the teachers' meeting. Sharon wishes to be promoted early. And so, I end the announcement with the opinion that Sharon should be promoted early. With Headmaster Alpayas and the intermediate class instructors in attendance, Sienna submitted the documents relating to the case of Class 7 bullying and sat down. The teachers who read the contents frowned. The circumstances in which Sharon was being persistently ostracized under the pretext of not being able to use magic were being revealed one after another, in detail. Does this even make sense? To think that an entire class is bullying one student for the mere reason that he can't use magic. Alpea's Magic Academy meeting room, intermediate class teachers meeting. It's something that could possibly happen in the lower classes. There are a lot of children, and there are some students who are older but lack the talent. After all, the skill gap between students at that level can be drastic. That means that advancing Sharon quickly will be for the best. If it's him, he should be able to graduate in the next 4 years. And for the school, the quicker he graduates, the better. I'm slightly against this. Thad raised his hand and voted against it. And automatically, Sienna's face wrinkled. At this time, considering the fact that early promotion had become a standardized reality, she was annoyed to death at seeing Thad, once again, picking a fight. However, Alpes expressed interest in the first different opinion. You're against this? And the reason? I already know that Sharon has the talent. The issue is that he cannot use magic. And I believe that the students' outcry on that point cannot be ignored. As I have already mentioned, since Sharon's goal is to digest the knowledge of all fields at once, he is delaying his learning of magic. A teacher should not interfere with a student's individual method of learn. I'm not raising a question about his method of learning. The issue is that you are showing too much favoritism for Sharon, Teacher Sienna. What did you say? While the students may be weaker than Sharon in terms of omnipotence, they are still above him in regards to omniscience. A decision like this may give the students a sense of deprivation and lower their will to study. A teacher doesn't pour everything they have into a single genius. Isn't that right? Not only do you intend to blow the way of a talented student, but you also cannot recognize the misplaced jealousy of the young children. Here they go again. How could their personalities be complete polar opposites? It's to the point that it's amazing they were even able to become mages. That's enough now. Take a seat. Both sides have their own perspectives and reasoning. Teacher Sienna's words make sense. However, Teacher Thad's point is also valid, as he worries about the overall balance of the school. And I can tell it comes from his love for the academy. His point as well, I can understand. We need to take into consideration the feeling of bias that the students may feel. Those are the exact words I wished to say, Headmaster. As such, what if we were to do this instead? What's this? Advanced Class Announcement Board. All of Class 7 can take the promotion exam? If you pass, you can skip 2 classes and directly enter Class 5. Teleportation. Hey, do you know how to use teleportation? Obviously, I don't. That's Class 5's designated spell. The theory behind it is simple, it's just that actually applying it is difficult. What do you mean it's simple? An upperclassman I know who was practicing it was sent to the hospital for a year due to a mistake. What? How are we supposed to do this? Doesn't mean they aren't going to be advancing anyone as a result of our outcry? The noisy children suddenly died down. Sharon was walking their way. Arriving at the bulletin board whilst under many different stares, he read the official notice. This was the conclusion reached by the instructors. Teleportation. This so-called Class 7 outcast incident had become so widespread even the upper-leveled classes knew of it. After Class's intermediate class bulletin board there are still cases like that happening? To think they would outcast someone. How pathetic. Is it Class 7 again? I heard it's because he can't use magic? They don't even teach magic in Class 7, so why does that matter? It's obvious they're just doing it because he's dating Amy. They're all just jealous. He was being bullied, so that was why he was avoiding me? Because he didn't want me to get involved? I hear that because Class 7 is immature. This sort of thing happens every now and then. Something similar also happened to me. Where are you going? But because I advanced quickly, nothing really happened. To Sharon. What? Wait, what are you going to do? He dares not say anything to me? I'll make sure to ingrain my anger into his bones. I'm also going to make sure to keep all of the Class 7 babies in line. And you crazy? You can't. Why can't I? I'm also involved in this. If it were you, would you like it if the fact that you were being bullied was discovered by someone you love? If you step up here, it'll only hurt his pride even more. Is that so? Wait, is that so, my ass? I'm not even someone he actually likes. Then why in the world didn't he tell me about this? On another note, teleportation. It would be quite difficult for a Class 7 student to learn it. If it were only on the level of difficult, that would be fine, but it's way too dangerous for someone who hasn't learned any magic before. What if you go and teach him, Amy? It can be a symbol of reconciliation, no? As if that punk would want my help. Also, I don't even have the time to pay attention because I need to prepare for the exams. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Sorry. If he can't even handle that much alone, then tell him he doesn't deserve to be my boyfriend anymore. I'm definitely not doing this because I have feelings for him. I'm just helping because I'm partially responsible. Of course, only after I make him beg and apologize. Who are you? I'm the one who'll make sure you engrave it in your bones. You dare not tell me. But Amy couldn't even take one step. Sharon stared at her with eyes that screamed surprise. And next to him was Ms. Sienna, who was sitting on a chair. Are you Amy? Sienna adjusted her glasses and looked again. It was clear that the trespasser was Amy as she was the only student with red hair and thick, double-eyelid eyes. Could it be? Have you been meeting up with him like this every night? Sneaking into the boys' dorms, you. It's a misunderstanding, teacher. This is a huge misunderstanding. Shush. The people next door might hear us. No wonder. I always thought it weird that you two didn't meet up too often and were unusually quiet. It's my first time coming here like this. Sharon said that if we meet, things would be awkward, so I came here secretly. But the real issue here is, why are you here this late at night, teacher? I'm here to give him advice on the promotion exam. The entire class has a strained atmosphere, after all. Ah, is that so? Senior, here, have some tea for now. Oh, thanks. The aroma is quite alluring. Where did you learn to brew? Wait, this isn't why I'm here, you punk. Whose fault do you think it is for why I'm being humiliated? I'm sorry. And why didn't you tell me that you were being bullied, huh? Would you like to sit down for now? Let's finish our talk about the promotion exam first. Right now. What the hell is up with this situation? A teleportation exam? Isn't that a bit dangerous? Sharon doesn't even know any magic. It's a decision the headmaster came to personally. While I'm also worried about it, I'm sure there's a reason why. So the playful headmaster was involved. No wonder. Is it really that dangerous? Of course it is. You know teleportation is a spell that uses the attribute of light, right? Yes, I've heard of the theory of photonization before. Theory of photonization. This principle was invented by the genius Mage. A battery that controls light. Light has something called constant speed. No object that exists in this world can exceed the speed of light. Speed of light in a vacuum is a universal constant, denoted by circa at 300,000 kilometers, sec, or 186,000 miles, sec. Teleportation is a spell that uses that speed to overcome the boundaries of space and time. So you're saying it's done by changing the body into light? While it seems complicated at first, surprisingly, teleportation is something that even beginner students can do. In the photonization theory, the speed of light can be divided into 4 categories. The speed necessary for teleportation is semi-light speed. That's because as long as you can comprehend even 1% of the speed of light, you are able to use this magic. However, because of this, the level of photonization can fall, and a small portion of the body's mass may remain. So in return for it being easy to learn, there is the danger of collision. And it's still at least the speed of sound. I understand now why teleportation is forbidden within school grounds. What is this? These two, since when were they so close? As expected, you understand things quickly. And he's completely ignoring me, too. Was Teacher Sienna always someone so friendly? How could they make the exam rely on such a dangerous spell? Ah, that's a hem. Of course, they would need to prepare a place where there would be no obstacles at all. Huh? Where would such a... There is such a place. Ah, above? No way. In mid-air. The bridge that cannot be crossed, teleportation training grounds 1,000 meters above sea level, 700 meters bridge length. While it isn't confirmed, in reality, that's the only possible place to hold it. The rules are that you will race from one peak to the opposite peak. Wow. That's incredible. It's true that if it's someplace like that, no obstacles would exist. But if you fall, wouldn't your life cease to exist, too? Ha ha ha, it's an exam wherein whoever crosses over first wins, right? But at the level of Class 7, I feel it'll be difficult for anyone to even complete it. If no one finishes, then the winner will be the student who got the farthest. The difficulty setting for the grounds will obviously be set to level 1, and there will be safety devices so it won't be as dangerous. But what's worrying are the students themselves. If their sense of competition is too fierce, there are cases where they collide with each other. In that case, it's quite obvious that Sharon will become the focused target for the other kids. Can I do it? The difficulty of the exam doesn't matter, but I hate that I have to face off against the entire class alone, but what I hate even more is the fact that someone might get hurt. Is taking the exam the right thing to do? I'm sorry, Sharon. I wanted to get you into class 5 from the very first entrance exam. It seems that my greed was what made things difficult for you in the end. Not at all. How could it be your fault? Teach, that's why, starting today, I'm planning on personally being in charge of teaching you. Amy opened her eyes wide in bewilderment. A teacher of Ms. Sienna's caliber being in charge of a particular student was frankly unfair to the other students. Knowing this, Amy was worried that if someone found out that Ms. Sienna was teaching Sharon privately, strange rumors would appear. Why are you going so far, teacher? Well, that's because I feel responsible for the promotion exam becoming unnecessarily difficult. I'm planning on doing everything that I can to help. No. If you do that, the issue could become even worse. Considering it is such an important promotion exam, if word gets out that a teacher, who is also one of the judges, was in charge of teaching Sharon, his success in the exam could go up in smokes. I'll be in charge of teaching Sharon. Since it's difficulty level 1, there aren't any obstacles at all, right? I can teach him. Senior Amy, weren't you just angry at me? I see, you have a point. But, Amy, from what I heard, you requested for a promotion exam to move to the advanced class. Do you even have the leeway to pay attention to Sharon? The advanced class? Amazing. The advanced class, my gosh, if it's the advanced class. Goal for all students whose aim is to become professional mages. The skills of those in the advanced class are acknowledged to be at the semi-pro level. And if a student is part of a famous academy's advanced class, there would even be articles written about them in the Kingdom's Magic Academy magazines. However, once you enter this class, you can say goodbye to your wonderful leisurely school life. All that awaits you is never-ending competition and scary, hellish training. That was the sort of place Amy was aiming to enter while also being the very first to do so in her batch. But why so quickly? Isn't this too fast for our age group? That is. It's all because of you, you moron. Since your improvement speed is so quick, Class 7, Class 6, Class 5, the only place left that I can run away to is the advanced class. Class 4, that's so cool. She has no intentions of just settling with rank 1 in the intermediate classes. She's not worried about her chances. She even has the confidence to be the very first in her batch to apply for the advanced class. And despite it being such an important time for her, she still came all the way here to try and help me. No matter how busy I am, something like this isn't much. So you should just give it up, teacher. While I understand your feelings for your boyfriend, during such important times, you can just leave it to your teacher. Since it will be Sharon's first time learning magic, it would be more effective to have a professor teach him. Both had smiles on their faces, but contrary to their lips, their eyes remained serious and their wills unbending. Realizing that they would not reach a consensus, they looked towards Sharon one last time. Sharon, you choose, me or Ms. Sienna. Of course, you'd prefer it if your girlfriend is the one who teaches you, right? I'll just do it on my own. The women were speechless. What? You fool, don't you realize how big of an opportunity this is? I don't want to be a burden to you or the professor, since you've got an important exam ahead of you and she will be judging the exam. Everyone else will be hiring expensive tutors to master it no matter what. Plus, all of your classmates are already hostile towards you. It's not something you can learn on your own. That's one of the reasons why you're joining the graduating class ahead of schedule, isn't it? Because you can't dwell here while looking at higher horizons. Class 5 is merely a means to become a mage. Just like you. Ahem, please have faith in me, Professor. I cannot guarantee I will pass, but I will do my best and I won't regret my decision. All right, if that's what my student desires, I will accept it. I'll get going now, but should you have any questions, feel free to come see me. That applies to all students. Thank you so much, Professor. You should finish this discussion and finalize your decision. And you, Amy. I'll let you go just this once, but you know what will happen if you enter the boys' dorm through the window again, right? Yes, I survived. Phew, I was scared. I should get going, too. Yes. Thanks for coming. All the way here, senior. Hey, tell me honestly. Why did you avoid me? You should have just told me the others were bullying you. It's not like this only concerns you. Or did it hurt if it was you? Would you want the person you like to find out that you're getting bullied? I just didn't want to distance myself from you, senior. Then it was true? 'Cause you're my goal, senior. Oh, that? I knew it would be something like that. To be honest, when I came to the academy and saw your name in first place, I thought I wanted to catch up by trying my best. I didn't know things would turn out like this. Haha, things are already so awkward between us. If I were to tell you I was being bullied, I figured things would get even more awkward. His goal. Shit. To think I was defeated by such a brat. If there's anyone you know at the Magic Academy, please introduce them to me. What a strange fate. Hey, are you kidding me? Pardon? Goal. My ass. You say senior tilde senior with such a warm smile to my face. But you're trying to catch up to me behind my back like a coward, no? How is that the same thing? Why are you being like this? If you are going to surpass me, stop calling me your senior. What? Let's compete head to head where I can see you. But if you can't catch up to me quickly, I'll have you call me senior for the rest of your life. Amy, just you wait. I'll catch up to you in no time. HMPH, you're going to have to study as if your life depends on it. By then, I will have graduated already. I can't even see her anymore. It's too bad I can't receive her help. But I'm sure the bullies are watching my every move. I have to do this on my own. 1 month. That's the time I have before the early advancement exam. The next day after lessons, are you preparing for the early advancement exam? I'm going to be tutored starting today. Learning teleportation within a month? That's cutting it close. There are about 20 applicants. The omniscience part is easy as long as you apply the equation. It's the omnipotent part that's tough. The application. Oh, that guy applied, too, right? I know I said I was going to learn it by myself, but the problem is the application. In real life, the environment the mage is in changes constantly. When it comes to teleportation magic, information about the terrain is vital. Depending on the situation, you must fine-tune the omnipotence and the value of light, but that calculation takes about 10 to 20 squares. Is there anyone who can do such calculations? No, don't give up. If they wouldn't have given us an impossible exam. Even Professor Sinus said teleportation is pretty easy to learn. But what if that doesn't apply to me because I have never learned magic before? The children from class 7 will succeed for sure. They were educated from a young age, and are able to hire expensive tutors to help with the knowledge. Will I be able to close that gap? Huh? That's how it is. The headmaster has already given me the answer. Incredible. You can already demonstrate teleportation perfectly. You truly are the son of Sir Slider, the skill advisor for the Magic Association. Master Mark. Not at all. Slider Mark, 15 years old, class 7. I am being taught by an officially certified class 9 instructor. I was worried, but it's very simple. Since the exam is quite simple, you can make your decision and focus at the same time. It's impossible to perfectly master the application of teleportation. But if you learn the required portion for the exam and spend the remaining time practicing, you may be able to finish the course. I guess I have that special parachute to thank. I've been able to advance 2 levels at lightning speed. What's that bastard up to right now? We are observing him as per your instructions, but he seems to be studying by himself using books. Self-study? With books? What the hell? I thought he'd use his connections to hire an amazing instructor. Is it a facade? Please keep observing him. We can't let our guard down. It's not like he can learn magic by reading some books, right? I've done everything I could. I spent a lot of time trying to understand omniscience, and memorized every essential theory. I'm not entirely confident, but there's not much time left. The 41st Class 7 exclusive training grounds. Now, I must demonstrate the magic. Phew. There's no other way. I just have to hope that it activates according to what I think. First of all, I need to graft the theory of photonization in the spirit zone. The person blocking the path between omniscience and omnipotent is none other than me. I must erase the me in between. It's working. It's activating. Now I must teleport. No human could calculate the value of light. When a mage focuses, the mind becomes so sensitive that they can sense everything around them. Skilled mages can even sense the number of leaves on the ground from far away. This is the extremely sensitive mindset, spirit zone. Mages in the zone can sense the outside world in an extrasensory way, and eventually control the phenomenon. If you don't calculate the values, but sense everything all at once. What the hell? His face. Is he training without any protection? No way. My first attempt at teleportation was a failure. In order to correct the errors, I have no choice but to just go for it. How many times did he roll on the floor and bust his lips on the ground? He had bruises all over his body. My knee was the problem this time. Day 8 is the error plus or minus 0.02 microseconds. It's a stupid method, but Sharon went through numerous trials and errors to correct anything he was doing wrong. Again, the body remembers better, day after day, and the day before the exam. What do I do? The test is tomorrow, but for every error I correct, another one appears. There's nothing left to change now. It has to work. It has to. With 10 minutes to go before midnight, Sharon stumbled back to his position. Get it together. He had corrected most of his mistakes by this point. All he had to learn now was perseverance in front of pain and gain the will to overcome fear. I'll do it. I have to. Teleport. Sharon's body stretched 10 meters out. His speed was not comparable to light, but to the naked eye, it seemed as if he was. After arriving at point B, Sharon hurriedly straightened his upper body as it was about to drop forward. The result of the 30 days of training was only 10 meters. But still, this was the first time he had successfully leapt 10 meters. It doesn't hurt. I did it. How far can I get with this? There's no time to be lying down. I need to practice linking. I need to Sharon's determination remained the same, but sadly he couldn't lift a finger. His consciousness was tugged into an abyss, and Sharon's eyelids closed gently. And just like that, the morning dawned. Young master, how do you feel? Mark opened the window and enjoyed the fresh morning breeze. He stretched and went into the bathroom to wash his face. The smile on his face did not fade while he got changed. Today's the historic day when I will advance to Class 5. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily. Hey, Maria, did you give up on the exam? Mark raised his hand at Maria, who was approaching from afar. Then Maria's face turned pale. It had to be him. You're not at the training grounds? Are you studying? Haha. Do I look like some loser who studies because I'm that stupid? Ah, what are you doing here? This is why your grades are shit. You should go learn from the training grounds. Watching and learning from better people is a good way to study. Right. Good luck. I hope you pass. Really? You hope I'll pass? Hey, you're really amazing. Did you know that? Snitching to a teacher? How did you pahahaha? Stupid. I was just testing to see if it was you. I have ways to get information. It's a bit strange for a shy kid like you to be going to the teacher's office. I was nice to you so far because you are a classmate. But once I'm your senior, what do you think will happen then? Ah, she's such a coward. How does she even plan on becoming a mage? This is why she's in the same class as me despite being 4 years older. Anyway, look forward to it. The plan's all set up, right? 2 of us will stick to Sharon as soon as we start. The other 2 will guard you, Mark. So there will be exactly 2 chances to make him fail. The first turn's distance is 10 meters, so get him out in at least 10 turns. You're really gonna do as you promised if we get this done, right? That? Of course. Once I advance, I'll make sure to get you tutors. You won't have to worry about getting jobs, even if you don't graduate. My dad's the technical advisor at the Magic Association. If you help me today, I won't ever forget it. I'll help you in every way I can. Not even a small change can happen. A genius isn't supposed to let their guard down. Oh, so this is the bridge that cannot be crossed. In Class 7 not registered for exam, this is the finals, right? I'm so tired. There are more people than I expected. Especially the Class 5 Sundays. Class 5, if a young kid is gonna be in our class, I want it to be a super cute one. It's gonna be so fun. Class 4 Class 6 judges. It's time. The examination will begin in 10 minutes tilde. Holy shit, it's basically a cliff. Where's the bridge? Idiot, there's the bridge. A long iron bar connected the 2 peaks. As the length increased, the tension dropped. The fact that the bar stretched out 700 meters indicated that it was an alchemical material. What? How is that a bridge?